So glad to see everybody back on all the platforms so we can talk about all the things that have been going on while I was gone. I did take a much needed break. What's up, nation? Hey, Sherry, good to see you. Um, I will give it a second for folks to pop on in here so that we can chit chat today and we got a lot to talk about. Hey, Eric, I have missed you. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Sharon. Glad to see you guys. If you are joining, what's up, Donna Ski? If you are joining me on any of the other platforms beside TikTok, make sure that you say hi in the comments so that I can see that you're joining. What's up, Red Hot? Hello, Colleen. Hello, Del Grave. What's up, Lisa? Hey, David. Hi, Sarah. Glitzy Girl. Good to see you. What's up, Del Grave? Woo, hey, KT House. It's going pretty fast. Hey, Jen AG. Good to see you. What's up, Josephine? Hello. Woo, Candy Kiss. It's going really fast, y'all. I don't think I'm going to be able to get everybody this morning, but I'm trying. I'm trying to say hello. Hey, Cam. Good to see you. I know. So listen, y'all, we were not expecting to be gone as long as we were, but we ended up kind of extending the stay. And hey, Jeremiah and folks, good to see you all. What's up, Neuro? Hey, hospice nurse tech lady. Yeah, I missed you guys too. I will tell you, we needed the break much more than I thought we needed the break. But we really did, and it was a good time. What's up, Pin 1010? Good to see you. And then I came back and decided last night I would chop the majority of my hair off. I haven't been this short in a while. I did leave my top a little long though. So thanks, Clitzy girl. Yeah, it used to be a lot shorter than this too, but this is the shortest I've done on my sides and my back in a long time. But yeah, I got in here last night and was like, you know what, time for a change, and proceeded to clip, snip it up, and do all the things. So thanks, Candy Kiss, I appreciate it. Thanks, Edna. Hey, Ivy, good to see you. Appreciate it. What's up, Tara Love? Good to see you. Yep, I am glad to be back, y'all. Thanks, Sage. Appreciate it. Hey, Christine. Conchita, good to see you. Celia B, good to see everybody. What's up, Cheryl's? Um, Gosh, it went really quick. So I missed you guys too. Missed you guys too. We do have a lot to talk about today. And missed you all back. Thanks, Tara Love. Thanks. I decided, like I said, to chop it off. I even took a picture of people don't realize that my hair was as long as it was, but yeah, it definitely was. So I know that we dropped in leagues because I was gone so long, but that's okay. You know what? We'll climb back, and I really don't give a shit because we really did need the break. For my subscribers, we will hop into the movie channel at some point today, and I'll share pics and things like that from the yeah, not that much, Cam, but I'll share pics from the trip and things like that because the it was just a good time. It really was a good time. Hey, Catsmandu, it's good to be back. Hey, Brandy, what's up, Marsha? So listen, as much as I would like to not talk about Jeffrey, it seems like this is the thing that people want to talk about. But I have that to talk about, but I have some other things to talk about as well. So I have been reviewing things and making notes this morning as I was digging into things. So let me pop in here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the compliments. Oh my gosh, where are my other notes? I took a slew of them this morning. I was just scrolling through things. I haven't caught up on everything, just to tell you all. I have not. I was going to go live last night, and then my niece was over here for a while, going through seashells with the girls and talking to my oldest daughter that was here and all of those things. And so by the time she left, it was like way too late to go live. And I was like, well, it'll just be tomorrow. So we're going to be on here for a bit today, but we are going to talk about all the things. And so I want to talk first and foremost and let you all know that, we like to talk about facts around here. And so what I'm not going to talk about is any sort of quote unquote client list because we've never seen one. We've heard that there is one. We've heard people in the DOJ say that there is one and all of those things, but we have never seen a client list. Hey, Hilda, how are you? I don't know if there is one or there isn't one. Yeah, we found some really good, pretty ones, Cheryl, the seashells. So what we do know for sure, are flight logs. And we know that, hey, give grandma the OG. What's up, teacups? But we do know is that Trump is on the flight logs. We know that he's on the flight logs. I believe it's something like 8 times or more. I don't know. How many of you guys have ever looked through the actual flight logs themselves? Yeah, it's good to be back. How many of you guys have ever looked through the flight logs themselves? Like these things right here. These, the actual 100 and 18 pages worth of flight logs. I'm not surprised, Cheryl Russell. There's nothing about that surprises me. I printed them too, Grammy, as you can see, right? Somebody asked me, do I have a relationship with Christ? That's always that's an interesting question. I would say that, yep, I do know Casey Rich. That is on my my subject to talk about. But so Kodo Van, it's real simple. It doesn't matter whether I think Glean does or does not have a list of clients or contacts. That's irrelevant. Because here are the things, right? Yeah, I am fresh and beachy. I really am. So are all the grands. So I love that. Hey, Hilda. What's up? Inspirations by Leslie Ann. I want to it's what's up, Texicana Mama? Good to see you. It's always interesting to me when people pop up in here and ask me things like that. Do you have a relationship with Christ? If that person would like to discuss it with me, then you know what? Request to join the panel and we'll do that. Okay. Yeah, it was Morty. So for those of you guys that are subscribers, what's up, Mr. Barrios? Where have I been? I was on vacation, Rashad. Took the grandbabies to the beach. Ended up staying 2 days longer than we originally planned, and had a really good time. Uh, Dominic got to ride a boogie board for the first time ever, which was hilarious and great. And the kids, went to a water park and that sort of stuff, and had a great time. Then we went to Pirates Voyager as well, and had a great time. So what we will do is later on, I'll hop over into the subscriber side in the movie night channel, and I'll share some pictures and details and things like that for everybody. So what's up, Jabber? Good to see you. So I am back from a very much, I don't think that I realized how much I needed that break, but I did significantly, really did need it. Thanks, Hilda. I cut my hair last night. Appreciate it. Okay, so let me just say this. What I was saying before is this. We don't know if there is a give me a second. All right. Good morning, Josephine. How are you? Hey, Josephine. Josephine, did you mean to request up? I don't think so. Nope. Okay, no worries. I got you. Okay, so okay, so couple of things. We are going to talk about the things that are on here. And before people just kind of steal my thunder, I do want to say this. So one of the things that I'm ridiculously excited about is you folks in North Carolina probably know that the previous governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, has announced his bid for Senate. He is running for the Senate for North Carolina. And I am ridiculously excited about this because the people of North Carolina really like Roy Cooper. Really like Roy Cooper. I am here for it too, Conchita. I really am. And so this is exciting because North Carolina has not had a Democratic senator since 2008. But it gives a big push and a potential, seat to pick up for the Democratic Party. When it comes to, yep, I cut it last night. I cut my hair last night and cut it quite short, especially on the sides and the back. What's up, Doug? Hey, Jen, good to see you. So, hey, Masani. And so I'm excited about that. I haven't gotten to the whole jolly piece of it yet, Stacey D. So we'll get to that probably tomorrow. I think when I was looking through all of the things that are new, so let me just tell you my biggest frustration trying to catch up on all the things. My biggest frustration is the still at this point, the leading story is Jeffrey and any potential client list that may or may not exist, right? That seems to be still the thing that is getting the most traction and the most talking points or airtime, if you will, right? And here's what I have to say about that. Okay, fine. We're going to talk about it. Okay. I've only seen one person mention Emile Bovee, whatever you say. Hey, Michael. And that was Ari Melber, and he crunched it in between two segments specifically about Jeffrey. Hey, Laura, good to see you. And so while I am going to talk about Jeffrey, probably in maybe in a different way than other people are talking about. I want to say this to you all. Everybody keeps making a big deal about the fact that um I keep telling y'all I'm not a hero, but what's up, Jeremiah? Good to see you guys. Here's the thing. Everybody keeps making a big deal about the fact that hey, Sherry, good to see you, Sherry. Everybody keeps making a big deal about the fact that that Trump wasn't on a flight to the island. Can I just say this, folks? The charges that were filed, what's up, Judo? The charges that were filed against Jeffrey were not about anything that happened on the island. Does everyone know that? Does everyone understand that the state of New York, when they filed these charges, did not have any jurisdiction about any of the things that took place on the island? You all understand that all of the charges for the DOJ were the things that happened in this country. They were the things that happened in Florida, and they were the things that were in New York. And that is where the flights are from. So this little bitty airport at Teterboro, right? That is 12 minutes from Manhattan. That is where the majority of the flights were to and from. And that's where all the flights were when it had when Trump was on them, right? And so yes, there were two flights where he was on it with Marla and their nanny and Tiffany, right? But there were also flights with him on it with Jeffrey, along with her name is actually Aaron Nance, right? Aaron Nance was on the flight logs without Trump being on them, right? She was on the flight logs when she's listed as Tita Burra. Thank you, Alexa. And so here's the thing: she was Miss Georgia, and she's runner up Miss USA. Appreciate you, Stacey D. Thanks. So when she was Miss Runner Up USA, that was in 93 is when she is listed like that. But she was, he owned Miss USA pageant from 96 till 2015. So I keep saying this to you all, and I'm gonna say it. Let me just say this to you. If you are a person that refuses to believe that he had inappropriate interactions with women that were under the age of 18, then you are someone, if you refuse to consider that as a possibility without seeing a quote unquote client list, then you might want to ask yourself why. Because if you are willing to say that Bill Clinton was part of it because he was on the flight logs, so was Donald Trump. They were both on the flight logs, right? Do I believe that Bill Clinton may have had inappropriate relationships? Yeah, I do. Why? Because he's Bill Clinton. Monica Lewinsky, like Monica. Yeah, I think people forget how young Monica Lewinsky was at the time. And here's what I know is that privilege and power and greed doesn't have a political party. I'm going to say that part again. Privilege and power and greed does not have a political party. So, do I believe that there were Republicans and Democrats that were well aware of what Epstein had going on, Jeffrey had going on? Of course, I do believe that 100%. Do I believe that everybody that rode on the plane is guilty of participating? No, I don't. Because here's what I know: rich people do each other favors all the time. I think rich people will be like, "Hey, can I borrow your plane? Hey, you're flying to New York. Can I catch a ride?" Do I think those things also transpired? Yes, I do. Right. And so I think that there's just a lot of speculation. So here's what you have to ask yourself, right? You have to ask yourself this question: what does history say? Right? What does history say? And for me, um, I think that if you have one allegation, there is a possibility that you didn't do anything wrong and you're rich and famous. And so somebody made an allegation. That's a possibility, right? I also think that you believe the person that's making the allegation enough to say something transpired. Let's find out what it is. And you do an investigation. So when we talk about believing people, when we talk about believing women, it's about believing that there is something that needs to be investigated, right? To determine what, if anything, did happen and how did it happen. That's what the belief is. The belief is in the need for an investigation. Okay. Now, when you have 10, 10 women, 10 girls making very similar allegations over decades of time, then I believe that you 100% have to really start to ask yourself, why is this happening this many times? Right? Yeah, baby. Okay. And so I think that this is something that people need to start really having a moment with yourself. 27 people don't say the same thing about someone over a time span of 20 or 30 years without there being something that is true. If 20 Okay, listen, if you were going to date someone and 20 people who've known this person for 30 years said this person is a serial cheater, you would believe them, would you not? You would say, I can't date you because 20 some people have said you cheated on them. Right. 26 or 27 allegations. You're right, Cheryl. Okay. And not all of them are linked to Jeffrey. However, a couple are. And the couple that are minors, right? I will tell you this. I've actually read those court documents. I read those court documents back in 2015 because I really wanted to know what was the deal, right? So if you are asking yourself, do you need proof? Then what I would recommend that you do is go read the actual court documents from the civil trial, right? From the civil trial that happened, right, Marky, from the civil trial that happened with E. Jean Carroll. And people will say this all the time: oh, well, he was not convicted. He was found liable, which is what happens in a civil court. So in a civil court, there's different terminology than what is in a criminal court. And those terminologies, those words have the same meanings. You're welcome, Sherry. Appreciate you back. Right. And so here's what I know. I know in a civil court, when you are found liable, that means that, and yes, there is a difference in a standard of proof, right? There is. Let me say this again. There is a difference in the standard of proof for a civil court and for a criminal court. There is. But that isn't why criminal charges weren't filed, right? Criminal charges weren't filed because the statute of limitations had expired. Okay. Now, one of the things that I think is really important for people to understand, New York state law at the time did not, it stated that grape only occurred if the penetration occurred from body part to body part. Okay, I'm being TikTok friendly in my description of this. Okay. But New York law has since changed, and it now includes penetration with anything, right? Whatever they use to commit the act, it still can be defined as grape. And so that is the difference between the laws. It did not include anything other than um, carrots. Okay. It didn't include anything. Exactly. Thank you, Lisa. Criminal, the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt, and civil is by a preponderance of the evidence. Right. By the member. Correct, Steffi G. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, me, carrots. um, so here's the part that I want people to understand. Hey, facts people, welcome. Thank you, Steve, for sending your folks over. I joined Facts Don't Matter just briefly this morning, and talked a little bit about this. And so we're talking a little bit. You couldn't find my email Bove summary. It is on Substack, Marky, and I also I did a video. Did I not, you guys? Didn't I do a video of the email Bove? Hey, Bruce Wayne's good. Welcome to all my facts people. Hey, Dr. Emmy, good to see you as well. Yeah, I thought I did a video too. So for those of you all who, let me just ask a couple of questions. I know facts people are probably going to know about these things. I did do a video. Thank you. And I know I did it live a couple of times. You couldn't find it. Okay, Mark, it should be the last video that I did. The Substack, yeah. So I love the Substack article that I did get put up today. What's up, Blooming Pottery? Appreciate you facts people for coming in and joining. But let me just say this, okay? So one of the things that is really important is that the judge that oversaw you need to find me on Substack. I am the Danny Cook on Substack, just like here. And so the judge said this. Hey, Wawa, good to see you. The judge said that it was important for people to understand that what Trump was found liable of in the civil case with E. Jean Carroll was the equivalent of what the general public would regard and what the criminal statute would regard as great. Thanks, Alejandra. I cut it last night. And so I want people to understand that's not my opinion. And I don't need a flight log to tell me that. Right. What I got was a jury of 12 people who looked at all of the evidence that was presented in that case and determined that yes, there was a preponderance of the evidence, right, that this did occur and he was found liable. So what does that tell me? That tells me that at that time, yeah, I cut my own hair. I don't pay anybody. I'm weird that way. Yeah, I cut it and then I colored it last night. So this is what we have. But anyway, so what does that tell me? I don't need a jury. I don't need a flight log. I don't need a client list, right? I already had a jury. I already had a judge say, yes, this particular individual is capable of this, right? The only thing that I know about Bill Clinton is that he's a cheater. And he, in my opinion, inappropriately used his position of power with Monica Lewinsky. That's my opinion, because I believe that when you are in a position of authority, you understand that it is not at a level playing field. It is not all things are not equal, right? And you have the ability, whether you even threaten somebody or not, you don't have to say to someone, oh, well, I can get you blacklisted, or I can make sure you don't have this, or I can make sure people understand that. You're already in that position. You have that power and they know that, right? So I think it's important. Adel, I'm going to go ahead and bring you up if you can put yourself on mute until I get to you. And I'm going to do Jabber first and then I'm going to go to you. So when people talk about, is there a client list? I don't know. What I do know is that the Department of Justice has said that there is, right? The Department of Justice has said that there is. Will they produce it? I don't know. If they produce it, will it be, how can I say this, intact with 100% integrity? I don't know. Do I trust that it will be 100% intact and integrity, in its original integrity? No, I don't. And the reason I don't is because I already know for sure that this Department of Justice is corrupt. How do I know that? Because I've read court documents. Follow me? How do I know this? Because I've read the whistleblower case. How do I know this? Right? What would we do with the list? Will anything even happen? I don't know, Sherry. And this is my thing, right? So this is my opinion. And I don't do a lot of opinions, but I will on this. And here's my opinion. My opinion is anything that comes out, whether it's a list, whether it's like pictures, whatever it is, anything that could come out. I don't believe that any of it is new. I don't believe that any of it. You cannot convince me that Murdoch all of a sudden found a damn birthday card that was done however many years ago. You can't convince me that this is new. I don't believe that it's new. I believe that they've always had it. I believe that it didn't suit their purposes to present it. What I truly believe is that the people that have been behind the Trump movement. Yes, baby. Yes, you may have some juice. If you will bring it to me, I will pour it, or your Auntie Bree can pour it. So this is my thing. You got to remember, y'all, that Rupert is who, remember, he also owned, come on, y'all, what's the tabloid? The Inquirer, right? Rupert Murdoch is the dude who owned the Inquirer. What do we know about them? That's the guy that got the 100 that was involved in quashing the stories, right? About Stormy. We know that. This is the guy that has the receipts. So, here's what I'm going to say about that. I don't trust this DOJ at all. And that is sad to say. And so I think that people just need to kind of take a couple of things and just say, okay, so what do you need? What is reasonable? Do you believe that if 27 different women, some of them who were 14 years old at the time, right, would put themselves through the scrutiny that you all understand that if a woman makes an allegation of any kind, the scrutiny that she is willing to undergo is immense. She's going to be questioned. She's going to be put on trial. She's going to have everything about her. They're going to look for anything to blame it on her, right? It's what they do. Hey, baby, get a clean cup out of the dishwasher, please. Or is this your cup from? Yes. Okay, sorry. I know. Right. And so, and let me just say this for you guys. If you all think that a 6-figure payday is worth what they get put through, I can promise you that it's not. For those of you guys who are like, oh, well, they just did it because Diddy's got money. Oh, they just did it because Kobe's got money. Rest in peace, Kobe. I'm just saying, right? For all of the things, when people say, oh, they just want a payday, I promise you the trauma, number one, of the experience itself, you have to prove yourself to be innocent. Exactly, Sherry. That's the thing. The victims are put on the side of proving that we aren't culpable for what someone else did to us. And that is absolutely crazy, but that is the world that we live in, right? So I think that it's really important. Hey, Ronnie Love from California. I think that it's really important, you all, that you have to ask yourself this question. Do you believe that 26, 27 different people who didn't know each other made similar accusations about the same person over multiple decades somehow got it wrong? They were all lying. Do you really believe that? And if you are forcing yourself to believe that, if you are hanging on to that by the hair of your chinny chin chin, right? You got to ask yourself why. Jabber, you want to jump in here?
Yes, I do. there's probably some unpacking you need to do as a human. I also want to say something about Bill Clinton, because you mentioned Bill and Monica, and I think it's very important. Hi, everybody. And this is going to sound, I want everybody to listen very carefully to what I'm saying, because I really do try to choose my words carefully. I am not here to defend Bill Clinton. I'm not holding his water. I will say that I've watched the FX series, The Clinton Affair. It's a 6-part documentary produced by Alex Gibney, and Paula Jones is featured in it. Monica is interviewed in it extensively. The lawyers, Saul Wiesenberg, the guys that had her at the Ritz-Carlton. Let's see, who else? Like everybody is interviewed in this thing. Michael Isikoff. And I think it's very important for people to actually understand what Bill Clinton was impeached for and what happened with that entire situation. Now, I'm not going to go through all of it right now, but I would just say simply that Bill Clinton was impeached for lying to a grand jury.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
That investigation, for everybody's benefit, started, okay, because it's very easy to say Bill Clinton was impeached for fooling around with somebody in the Oval Office. That's not what Bill Clinton was impeached for.
No.
And I also think, and not that you were doing this, Danny, but I think that people oftentimes, and I'm saying this out of respect for Monica Lewinsky, okay, not to criticize her, but we downplay Monica's agency in that relationship. Now, Danny, you're absolutely 1,000% right. Bill still was in a position of power. He inadvertently he used that power for sure, right? And it's sometimes like when he was supposed to move her, and he, from the state from the Pentagon, and this, there's like a lot to this story that kind of gets lost to history. But like he absolutely. I'm convinced that Bill was more about, and by the way, what he did was terrible. Like, there's no excusing any of it, right? But I don't think Bill Clinton, when I look at Bill Clinton, I don't see a guy who, like, would necessarily, like, to him, it was also about the relationship with Monica, like, for better or for worse. I don't necessarily see Bill Clinton having relations with a 14 or 13-year-old girl. Now, one might think that that's, because one thing happens, then that automatically means the other. By the way, I'm also not downplaying the charges that Paula Jones makes, that Juanita Broderick made, but setting those aside, right? Those were grown women and adults, and I don't think that, I just don't think that Bill Clinton, would necessarily be in the same boat as a Donald Trump, who has been fingered and identified as having sex with grossly underage women. So, yeah, I just wanted to make that clear, because again, I'm not holding Bill Clinton's water. He could have, maybe he did, but there's no evidence of that. There's no patterns of that. And Donald Trump has had a pattern here, obviously he's been named in a suit, right, from a woman who was 13 or 14 at the time, right? So we don't know. We don't know who's in there or what, but we do. Yeah, it was consensual between Bill and Monica.
Okay, but but I have to. I'm gonna come back for a second, because I don't care that it was consensual, because the positions were not equitable. They were not equitable circumstances, and a woman will participate in something because she is in fear of retribution, in fear of whatever may happen. This is the president of the United States. We're not even talking about like the president of the country club, or the mayor of your town. We're talking about the most powerful man in the world, because of the position that he sits in. I will not in any way say, oh, this was just a consensual relationship, because
I didn't mean to say it was just a consensual relationship. I was not saying
but
that.
even to say it's consensual, because here's my thing, because okay, so we're gonna go here. Okay, so let me just say this. How do I want to say this? participating in an act with someone in a position of power who can determine the rest of your life, is that it is not necessarily consensual. And for me, because I don't know what was going through her mind at the time, I won't say that. Here's what I will say. And when people say she's grown, okay, let's talk about 24-year-olds. That's barely out of damn college, right? At 24, your frontal lobe is not even damn developed. You got 2 more years before you reach that place, right? So I take issue with minimizing Bill Clinton to, oh, she was an adult, she has agency, and it was consensual.
Okay, fair enough. I'm happy to ditch the word consensual. My main point was that their relationship was not indicative of someone who necessarily, like a Donald Trump or somebody else, forget Donald Trump, Alan Dershowitz. Like, I don't want to make this Trump versus Clinton. I'm just saying that I don't see Bill Clinton as there being any evidence or pattern of behavior wherein Bill Clinton would like just have gratuitous relations with a 13 or 14-year-old girl, like just kind of passing through an office. I just don't see him as that kind of person. And looking at that relationship a little more closely, whatever you want to call it, right? It was more than just a guy showing up in an office and Jeffrey Epstein being like, no, that's not for you, right? Like, this is for somebody else. So I just feel like this whole idea of like having women trafficked to Bill Clinton is, I don't know, it just seems, again, maybe I'm splitting hairs for the wrong reason. I just feel like, I just don't, it feels like
Okay.
we automatically put that in a bucket.
No, I didn't put them in a bucket. What I said was a couple of different things. I said,
not you, but I mean just generally.
Yeah, no, I don't think that they're in a bucket. I do think that okay. So I think there's a couple of things to talk about. I think that the only reason Bill Clinton and Donald Trump come up in the same conversation around this issue is because they're both in the flight logs. That's the reason why they both come up in this, is because they're both in the flight logs. Bill is in them more than anybody else. Hey, what is it? And let me say this though, okay? It doesn't just have to be minors where this is a problem. There were women who were 18, 19, 20 years old that were abused by Jeffrey and his friends. And so I think that we have to stop saying that that the age thing is listen, to essay, we do this all the time, not just in this conversation, but we do it in our criminal justice system. We do it in every conversation. We look for this one other thing to make it more horrible than others. So it's not just enough. If you essay a grown woman, well, you just essayed a grown woman and that's horrible. But if you essay a child, that's so much worse. And my thing is, it is why are we comparing them at all?
It's not. It's what I was trying to caution. I don't think I framed this in the right way, and I'm really not trying to like worm my way out of anything. My thing is like, let's not even mention. I don't think we have to mention Bill Clinton and Monica as it pertains to this situation, whether he was involved in this or not, because that was a different type of relationship, whatever you want to call it. It was a different type of relationship. And it was actually a relationship. And a lot of feminist leaders who I've listened to and processed what they've said, and of course, I'm a cishet white man, so I'm just, I'm on the outside of this, but I've heard a lot of them say that it's very disrespectful. Not you, that you specifically, but you have, 300, almost 400 people in here, that we kind of just like throw that into a bucket and and it's just a different kind of thing. So I'm not comparing it. I'm just saying when we start just throwing it in there in the conversation, as far as like, well, look at what he did to her. So it's not a stretch to think that he would do something like what was going on that island per se. I just think is a little bit of a slippery slope, and it's been 30 years, and a lot of people don't know what that story is, and there's a little more to that story than just what this is. That's all. You're absolutely right. The power dynamic. He took advantage. He used his power like 100. I'm not just. I mean, I agree. I'm not even not disagreeing. I agree 100% with what you're saying. And I think it was a unique relationship and a unique situation. And I think people often make the leap because our brains are a little bit lazy. We often, not you, but we often make the leap of like, oh, well, he did this with Monica, so he's definitely, like, so that he, it's not far-fetched at all. Like, we can just automatically believe that. And we get cognitively anchored to a lot of those things. That's all.
Yeah, so, I hear you. Here's
popular, and I hear you. And
yeah, no, for me, it's simple. So in the case of Katie Johnson, for example, okay, in the case of Katie Johnson, the power dynamic was age. In the case of Monica Lewinsky, the power dynamic was his position as the president of the United States. What I am saying is that when you have an individual who is willing to use any power dynamic that they have to abuse or manipulate to whatever, right? Someone else, it does not surprise me that you would use a different power dynamic in a different situation. I am not saying that you are. What I'm saying is the makeup of your character allows you to abuse the power that you have. So if you abuse one power, I will not be surprised if to find out that you abused a different power dynamic. And that's what I'm saying. So yeah. So that's the dynamic. And what I've also said is just because you're on a flight log doesn't mean that you participated in whatever, right? Like I said, what I believe is that power and greed and people who I don't believe that these things have political parties. I believe that rich people do rich people shit. If you've never known really, really rich people, they do rich people shit. And they know about each other's rich people shit. Even if they don't know it because they saw it firsthand, they hear about it. Now here's what you can't convince me. When Naomi Campbell says she had no idea about the behaviors of Jeffrey before she rode on his plane, I don't believe you. I just don't. What I do believe is it was okay because you were still gonna ride on somebody's private ass jet and go somewhere, right? That's what I think. People will turn a cheek and close an eye to get next to be power adjacent, to be able to say I was on this person's jet, I was on this private flight, I was whatever. You cannot convince me that there was any one of these people, because I don't know if you've read this, y'all, there were senators that rode this damn plane with him. There was a congressman that rode this damn plane with him, right? I just think that people need to understand that rich people do rich people shit, and rich people do rich people shit that the rest of us would be demonized, locked up, and put away for our entire lives for doing.
Right. I think there's also another point to be made here is that there may be, and again, I'm just trying to think critically here. There may be a lot of people who flew on those planes who would have nothing, even when they got there, even if they were offered, would have nothing to do with having any kind of relations with a young woman. First of all, folks, I hate to tell you, I know men are scum and all, but like, not all of us get turned on at all by a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Like, so, it's like, this is not it doesn't necessarily mean that they were having relations. I think more, even just as importantly, is the idea that a lot of them have what were they on that plane for with him in the first place?
So we have to. Okay, so I need us to also be clear that the 13 and 14 wasn't the majority. The majority were 16, 17, 18. And I will tell you this, having been a 14, 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old girl, there are a plenty of fucking men in this world that find us attractive. There are plenty of them, and probably way more than people even want to acknowledge. So I just have to say this, because having lived that, I no, not all men. There are men that would beat each other, that would beat other men down, but that doesn't negate the fact that I see men. I have 2 daughters that were once teenagers, and I saw grown ass men that I had to put them in check with the way that they looked at my daughters at 16, at 17, right? So I just need us to understand that that at 16 and 17 years old, there are plenty of men that find them attractive. Now, if they're looking at a 13-year-old, maybe not. But 16, 17-year-old, absolutely, I believe that. And
I just want to say one more thing, and then
sure.
I'm going to hand it over. You're absolutely right, Danny. And by the way, so many of these people, so many of these senators, even if they never touched any of these women, right? They all knew that something was wrong with this guy. They
right.
knew that he had problems. So I want to make this abundantly clear. It doesn't matter if you turn down the illegal act that they were doing. Like, most of these people knew exactly what Epstein had been doing for a long time.
Right.
They knew Alex Acosta. They knew what happened in Florida. They're not stupid. So, again, like, this is just, I'm just putting things out there not to. Yes, they're absolutely complicit, right? I am certainly not trying to apologize for anyone. I don't think, Danny, you think I am.
No, I don't.
And I'm so glad. I'm glad for, the pushback and everything. I just, it's just like, this is one of those things where we like to think that we on the left are looking at this, critically, and we're looking at so it goes back to the question, do you think anything's going to happen? Well, there are all these questions. And so I don't know that it does, but I'll handle the floor because I've made my points.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you, Jabber. No, I don't think that you're trying to do that. I just want to be clear, because it is so, so, so important, especially on this subject, like, there are studies about this. There are studies, especially about Black and brown girls, and how they are smexualized in their school systems. They are smexualized from the ages of 10, 11, 12 years old. It is, we hear this all the time. Watch the comments. How many of you all who are women today grew up in a household where you were told about these fast ass little girls, or these little girls, being too cute, these girls, growing up, blushes for whores, whatever it is? How many of you all grew up hearing that? I want you to see the girls that are now women that grew up hearing that. It's always the fast ass little girls. It's never the predatory little boys. It's always the girl that had 5 drinks and she should have known better. It is never the guy that buys her the 6th, 7th, or 8th damn drink when he knows the 5th one was too many. It's never that. It's never the predatory boy. It's always the fast ass, irresponsible little girl. And we have to stop doing that. We have to stop doing that. Because I'm going to tell you right now, the President of the United States knew better than to have whatever apparently consensual anything with an aide in the White House. Bill Clinton fucking knew better. He knew better, and he understood that it was a power dynamic. You don't get to be the president of the United States of America and not know that you're in a position of power, and that people will not give you pushback. And that if you show special attention to a 20-something-year-old girl, she's going to be like, oh my God, I'm special to the fucking president. So yes, I'll give him a BJ under the desk. Come on. Come on, y'all. Like, real talk. She's in her 20s. The most powerful man in the world is paying her special attention, of course. And she's going to think, yep, this is consensual. Because her frontal lobe ain't damn developed and nobody has explained to her that power dynamics make things not okay. So this is something that needs to right, and everyone blamed her for his raggedy self.
Oh, how did my service go down? Wait. Oh, am I here? Okay.
Yep, you're here. So I know I sound a little bit animated, but it is because, number one, and I believe in total transparency, I am an SA survivor, right? I am, both as a child and as adult, and in the military, right? So a lot of times people will talk about military and they talk about soldiers, which only 15% of all soldiers ever see combat, right? We're looking at more than half of that. More than half of that percent. It's around 8 to 10% of women in the military are sexually assaulted. Did you all know that? 8 to 10% in the military by their comrades that are supposed to have their six. So you walk around serving with, relying on the very people that are predators, the very people that are abusing you. Well, I believe that those numbers, like all numbers regarding SA, are low because they're not reported. Right. But I'm talking about specifically military stat numbers, Cheryl. So I just want everybody to, because I think that gets lost in this conversation. Right. I think that gets lost in this conversation when we're talking about a client list. People aren't talking about the girls and women that experienced what we're talking about. And I can't imagine, as someone with MST, I cannot imagine what those women are going through, right? And the girls who are now women are going through as this is played out every damn day on every media outlet in the world.
I think part of the challenge that people are, part of the tension, I should say right now, just on that last comment that you said, is that when this first came out, well, first came out is a relative term, but when this came out, what was it, 5, 6, 7 years ago? I think there was a focus, this is not going to sound incomplete. All right, so just bear with me for a second. There was more of I think a lot of people are saying right now, we know there are victims. And I know this is not acceptable necessarily, but I think that people are saying, what I'm hearing people say generally is, we've talked about the victims, not that we should stop talking about the victims, but we don't want to overly focus on the victims right now because we know that there are victims and we've talked about the victims and we've the documentaries and the podcasts, but now we have to pivot to the perpetrators. We have to pivot to the people that are responsible for this, and that's why people are pressing so hard. And so then, of course, there's the backlash of, well, we still have to focus on the victims, which I agree. We have to focus on all of it, but I think there's a big push right now to say, I know this is gonna, again, for better or for worse, let's not get overly focused on the victims at the moment, and let's focus on the perpetrators. Cheryl, you're absolutely right. We can do both. We should be still doing both. And there are people who should be occupying those spaces. And it's like, who are the perpetrators? And it's going to be much harder to talk to them and get them than it is to talk to the victims.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, a couple of victims have passed.
Yeah. And see, well, and I think Virginia, it's really important to say Virginia Roberts did not pass. She literally she unalived herself. Because no matter what, I mean, and this is the thing, this is why I say people don't understand exactly when people say things like, when people say things like, oh, well, they're just doing it because they want to be famous, or they're just doing it because they want money, or whatever they're saying, right? I think the thing that bothers me is that people don't understand that this is something that never goes away. And the things that she experienced throughout her life, like she was continuously hounded and hounded. Brenda, I don't know what that means. She swore she wouldn't unalive herself. So there are a lot of people who say they will never do a thing, and they do it. I mean, I don't know if you're trying to insinuate something else happened, but well, I'm just saying, you know what I mean? It just is what it is.
That's maybe what she's saying, but yeah, the fact that it's probably foul play because she had said that she wouldn't and announced that if something happens, it's not me, right? Is that what Brenda was trying to say?
I think so, but here's the thing: you never know what people will do when they experience the things that they have. You know what I mean?
And you never know. By the way, I want to present the flip side of what I said earlier. You may have somebody who's never looked at a young woman in that way in his entire life, but put in that situation, you never know what they would do. You never know what they would try to, like, hey, I'm alone. I'm on this island. Nobody will ever know. I'm protected. Nobody's going to find out. So, you can look at this from many different angles, and people will do things in spite of themselves all the time when they are in a position of power, as you said.
Yeah. I mean, I think that people, a couple of things. So when I say we forget about the victims, I don't want people to focus on all of the victims right now in terms of dragging them through the mud and all of that, because that's what some people do, right? But I'm talking about from a perspective of how can I say this? I'm talking about from the perspective of realizing that it's not just when we talk about having a client list, a client for what though? A client for what though? And I think that's the part that I don't want people to forget. It's oh, you are a client, but a client for what exactly? So having that, let me go to Tony is teacupping right now. So I'm going to go to Mel Gray real quick, and then I'll come back to Tony O. What's up, Mel Gray?
Somebody who survived an experience with a groomer, the whole Monica Lewinsky thing, despite her age, kind of gives me that kind of feeling.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when somebody in a position of power or authority pays you special attention, depending on how you grew up and where you grew up, sometimes that attention, you're more susceptible to that attention than you would be otherwise.
100%. Yeah, 100%. And that is why it is up to the person in that position of authority, whether it's because of their age or like the actual position that they're in, to be someone that has integrity, which is what the president is supposed to have, which is what and it's not meaning that these people are supposed to not have any flaws whatsoever, but there are supposed to be bounds and this is something that I just think we have lost. We have lost the normal expectation that our elected officials, that our folks are supposed to behave in a manner that is respectable, that has integrity, that goes without, that is above reproach. We have lost that. It is anything fucking goes at this point. And that would be cute if this was a TV show, but it's not. This is our country at stake here. And I think so many people have forgotten this. So this is my thing, Mel Gray. I'm agreeing with you in the fact that it is about the inequitable positions. And when those power structures are what they are, whether it's because you're rich and powerful, whether it's because you're in the highest office of the land, whether it's because you're in the highest office of your school, whether it's because, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, it matters. And it matters if an individual is willing to cross that line in any way, shape, or form, because if they're willing to do it in one area, I would not be surprised to find that they are willing to do it in others.
Yeah, that's part of the reason that George Michael's song Father Figure just gives me the creeps.
You're hilarious. You're hilarious. Tony, are you back yet?
That was funny.
Yes, I know. Hey, Mimi, will you give Tutu some water, please? Thank you so much. Yeah, so somebody else is requesting up real
You
quick.
can drop me down.
Okay, I got you, Mel Gray. Appreciate you, sweets. I,
One more thing.
Yeah.
Carry on. Oh, I think what's just as important is, and it's so sad because again, it pulls focus from the victims here. And I'm not trying to pivot from it, but I think ultimately there's a huge question as to how this affected our relationship with Israel over the last. I mean, because a lot of this is about getting intel, wielding influence, and over Israeli policy and protecting these politicians. And it's unfortunate. It's almost like I sound like a broken record because I know I've come on here and I've talked about Israel a few times. It's not the only thing I talk about, I promise. but this does have a lot to do with that.
Okay.
And when you look at Trump's first term and you start putting all this together and you're like Acosta put in his position and his role in this, and it's like, well, if this was about gathering intel and having blackmail material on all these people, and we do have this Robert Maxwell relationship with Mossad, and that Epstein was hired by, I don't know if we mentioned this, but I don't know, did I mention this last time? Jeffrey Epstein was hired by William Barr's father at the Dalton School. A lot of people don't know that fact. Donald Barr, Bill Barr's father, yes, our Attorney General, William Barr, from Trump's first term, who worked in Nixon's Justice Department in the early 70s. His father was the headmaster at the Dalton School. He hired Jeffrey Epstein. So this is all, right? It's like crazy. And so this is all connected. And so when you look at everything happening now in the Middle East with October 7th and what set the table for that, these Abraham Accords, I mean, all of that, we have to look at all of that and say, well, hold on a second, under whose influence were all of these, deals made and these agreements made, and how is Israel tied into all this? Unfortunately, it's a very, very wide web. And
Well,
it may never,
and here's the reason why I think that. So this is the thing, right? What did I just say? Rich people do rich people shit, right? No worry, Tony. No worries. You're welcome back anytime. And I'll bring you back up. But this is what I'm saying. So listen, I don't just mean rich people in the United States shit. Lorena, that is when the H organization attacked Israel. That's what Jabber is referring to. I am Famu. So he's talking about October 7th of 2020. Isn't it crazy to think that it's 2020? It's 2023, right?
years.
Yeah, 2023. It's crazy to think that it's been that long. But so bring us full circle, because I want to make sure that I make the points that we said, because we've talked about so many of them since then. So it's really important for us to remember. And what I was saying originally is, I do not need a quote unquote client list to form my own opinion about not whether I believe Donald Trump ever was on the island, because all of the charges that were brought against Jeff Epstein were for actions that happened in the United States at the places where Donald Trump was, Palm Beach and New York. I need for everybody to get that. So have you ever, so I asked earlier, how many of you guys had ever looked at the actual flight logs? And like, I pulled some of them out because yes, I printed all 118 of them, right? Some of them that were released with Ghislaine's case, because we never got to Jeffrey's trial. We never got to Jeffrey's trial. So the evidence that we're looking at are things that came out during Ghislaine's trial or that came out prior to that. Okay. And so when you look at Ghislaine's trial, that is when you see tons of time. So October, what is this? This is October 11th of 1993, right? And you've got JE, which is Jeffrey. You got GM, which is Ghislaine. DD is DeVetto. It's a girl. It's a girl. You've got SB, and then you've got Donald Trump. and these are the people that were on the flight together, right? So you have that same group of people, except SB wasn't there, Rob DeVito was there, and then RD was there. What you'll notice is they in some of the logs they are writing full names. In some of the logs they are just using initials, so you don't know who everybody is. And then sometimes they'll say plus one female or two passengers, but they don't include names. So there's a lot of things that we just simply won't know, folks, right? A lot of we learned a lot from Ghislaine's trial, but there's a lot that we won't. But my point is this: I don't need a list, a client list, to make my own personal determination of what I think. Okay. And I think it was Sherry said earlier, nothing good is going to come from this. Here's the only thing that I will say. I disagree. I disagree with that, because accountability for me is always good. Accountability is good. And if accountability happens at some point at any level, if there is accountability at any level, I believe that's a good thing. And I don't care who it is, right? I know that Prince Andrew would love for this to go away. But listen, Prince Andrew, there's a picture of him with Virginia Roberts. You all know that, right? There's actually a picture of them together. I wish his ass would say, no, it wasn't, right?
With his arm around her.
Right.
I mean,
yes.
Just in the same room playing apples to apples.
No, hugged up, arm around her. Absolutely. Right. So I want people to just ask yourself this. If your response to all of this is, there's no proof he was ever on the island, you're missing the point. You all are missing the point. If you're saying, oh, well, his flights were only between Palm Beach and Teterboro, right? Which is 12 miles from Manhattan, you're missing the point. Because the allegations and the things that happened occurred in Palm Beach. Y'all do realize that the majority of these young girls, because they are girls, were recruited at Mar-a-Lago. That's where they were recruited. There is actual testimony of a house in New York where things occurred, where they traveled, right? So I just need for you all to understand, if you're holding on to this excuse of we don't know that he was ever on the island, you're missing it. You're missing the 26 other people who don't all know each other, who said, yes, this particular person did this to me. And I don't want you to act like it cannot happen, because the man told you out of his own mouth. He said, I can grab them by their JJs and I don't have to ask. They let you do it because you're rich. He told you that he kisses people and he doesn't ask first. That is SA. He's told you that's his mindset. He believes that as a rich and powerful person, he is allowed to take those advances with those people, and people will let him get away with it because he's rich and powerful. So do y'all hear me when I say that to you? You're missing it. The man has told you, I engage in this behavior. He's told you this. He's told you, I go behind the scenes at the Miss Teen USA pageant because I owned it and I'm the only man there. And yes, the young girls that are participating aren't clothed. He told you. That's not anybody making an allegation. That's him telling you himself and bragging about it. And some of you all had the nerve to say, oh, it's just locker room talk. I wonder if it would be locker room talk if it was your girl, if it was your daughter he was talking about. If your daughter was a contestant, would it be locker room talk? If your daughter got kissed without consent, would it be locker room talk? I said this back then, and I'm going to say it again. I want everyone to do this for me. Seriously, okay? I want you all to pretend that we are not talking about Donald. We're not talking about Jeffrey. We're not talking about anybody else. I want you to pretend that you have a daughter who's a sophomore in high school. She's 15 years old, give or take. I want you to pretend that the quarterback of the football team wants to take your daughter out on a date. And I want you to imagine that you got a phone call before he comes to pick your daughter up on this date. And there's a parent on the other end of the phone. And the parent is saying, hey, listen, my kid just showed me a Snapchat where the quarterback is talking about he can kiss girls without permission, and he grabs them by their vajayjays, and he can do it because he's the quarterback and he's popular, so they just let him happen. Are you letting your daughter go on the date with the quarterback? Yes or no? It's a Snapchat. He's talking about it in the locker room. So it's literally locker room talk. Are you letting your daughter go on the date with him? No. Every single one of you all are saying absolutely not. Hell no, hell no. But this is what we're talking about from the President of the United States. That's it. I don't need a client list. I didn't even need a flight log. But we do have the flight logs at least. I've seen him say, Jeff's a great guy. Y'all, he said the man is a great guy. And he says this, he likes women almost as much as I do, some of them on the young side. So what does that tell me? That tells me that he was aware. Yes, baby. Yes. Okay. Auntie Bree? Is she? Michael DeBoss, can you give me a break real quick while I help Mila?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How you doing? Campus Ranger Live. Hey, what's going on, bro? Let's get Danny up to 200K. If you're not a member, hit the subscribe button on the bottom. You can subscribe. Once you, good morning, Cam. Once you become a member, you also be part of the Discord, which does a lot more educational one-on-one. Everybody knows if this is your first time, can you put a 1 in the chat if this is your first time on live on Danny's live?
Okay. Take this off.
Just want to see how many new people are here. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, this is a triggering conversation for me. That's why I kind of stand with the shovel as I'm speaking through it, because I have some shit I want to get off my chest about this conversation because it really irks the shit out of me. But we're glad to have Danny back. Oh, perfect. So there's one. So listen, there's not too many people on this app that are going to bring you more information, more factual, credible information than Danny could. I say that all the time, and I'll stand by that. Danny is very thorough in her information, and she's very dedicated to this movement. So you can't hear me? So for all of those that are new, welcome. We're glad to have her back from vacation. Again, tap the screen, share the live. Make sure we meet her heart goals. And Jabber, I can't see if she has her gift goals, and we want to make sure we get on those gift goals. So we can catch up on that. Other than that, yeah, listen, this conversation that we're having, I have a very short tolerance for this conversation because men have to accept the fact that we're problematic. Men have always been problematic, particularly cisgender white men when it comes to this topic. And again, I'm not equivocating between any color, but we have to lay the facts out where they are. Right? Donald Trump has had allegations since the 70s. The idea that we ignore someone's history or resume for the sake of political of power or for an election is absurd to me. I don't understand how we can equivocate on this.
Oh.
This man has been accused of touching women for decades. And so now we want to say, well, this happened or that happened. And it's a bunch of nonsense, because I don't believe in a normal cycle that we use this many excuses or irrationalization in our personal lives. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. And that example that Danny gave is exactly what I'm talking about. Is when you look at your own life, and that's the question that I ask when it comes to this topic. When it comes to our own personal lives, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't give a fuck who's on the list. I'm gonna listen. To me, this is me, Danny. I think that we're at a moment in history where we can't equivocate on a list or not list, or whether they're on a flight log or they're not on a flight log. There's nothing positive about this.
Right.
There is nothing that you can make exceptions for, and simply because it's Donald Trump and he's told us everything. He has set up. Is there a thing called circumstantial evidence? There's a thing called circumstantial evidence that people get convicted all the time. But here's the thing that we set aside. Doesn't every elected politician have an ethics clause?
Yes.
We don't even talk about that, right? Like the ethics don't even come up anymore. We have obfuscated holding them ethically accountable, right? Looking for a conviction or a smoking pew-pew. We have it already.
But here's the thing, right? I think that people forget that it is actually the Senate that makes their own ethics rules, and then they determine if someone violates them. It's the Senate that makes up the Senate ethics rules, and it's the Senate Ethics Committee that decides whether or not whatever the person did actually breaks those rules. Which is, I don't know. Who gets to write there? Oh, I already did. I just got dad jokes. I just got unknown. They're gone. So, no, Ivana, Lisa, they're talking about Ivana. So, let me appreciate you, DeBoss, for holding space for me. I do need people to understand what we're talking about. Okay. It's very, very simple, folks. There's nothing needed. When I say things like, I don't need to see his name is on the list, I don't need to, because I believe 27 other people. I believe Katie Johnson. I believe the court documents I read 10, 11 years ago. Right? I don't need a client list. I don't need one. I believe the videos, and if you have ever, let me just say this, if you all back me up, anybody that this applies to, if you have ever been essayed or graded, do you agree with me that you can see it? So like when I meet people, especially males, I'll be like, he gives me the ick. He gives me the ick, and he gives me that ick, right? I said that the first time I ever saw Pete Hegseth, before I even knew about the allegation from 2017. I said, oh my God, I know so many of him in the military. It's like you have this radar. It's like your body says, it's like it says, no, danger, 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 danger. Remember what happened last time? Danger, danger, danger. It is this thing. It is. And so for me, I don't need, I know it can sound however it sounds, but I don't need a list. And that's the point that I'm making. If after 26 women, if after his own mouth telling you, I essay women, I kiss them without permission, I grab their vajayjays without permission, I can do it because I'm rich and powerful. If after that, you still need a client list, if that's what you need, you got some inner searching to do. You got some inner language to you got some inner I was reading this. You've got some inner work to do. You really do, folks. And I hope you don't have daughters. Yeah, baby. Auntie Bree's up. She'll help you plug it up. So, yeah, me too, Katrina. Katrina said I was S8 in the Army. I know very much. Yeah. That's why. So I said this, I'm gonna keep saying it, y'all. There's a classification at the VA called, so you'll see the normal PTSD, and you'll see a little, what am I trying to say, y'all? A little slash, and then you'll see a classification for MST. MST is military schmexual trauma. It occurs so often to women in service. It has its own designation. It has its own acronym. Look at what happened down at Fort Hood. Yeah, she needs her phone plugged up. So the point that I'm making about this entire conversation is that if you are debating about whether or not he's done anything because you need a client list, you are part of the problem. You're part of the problem. I just want you all to understand that. Okay. Can I take a second now and can we move to this second part? And I want to talk about Ghislaine for a second. I did something this morning that I rarely ever do. I replied back to like a big mainstream media person because I was watching some James Tallarico. What's up, Steve? Appreciate you. Video on YouTube. And I love him. Like I love him. And I love the fact that he talks about Christianity in the way that Christianity, and he lives it in the way that it should be lived, absent of government, and absent of it imposing itself on anyone else. Right. So he is a good human. And he's a good Christian. If you're wondering what a good Christian looks like, it's him. It's him in Texas. It's him. Okay. So let me say this. I was watching this video of him, and then you know how it's Tallarico, T-A-L Taller, E-R-I-C-O. Somebody type his name for me. He's fantastic. Yeah, Sherry, I do know they exist. You know, I do know they exist. What I believe is that there are many people right now that are misusing Christianity. And it is causing people to dislike the man-made religion of Christianity, right? Because once again, it is being used for ugly things. Okay. And the way that I say this to people is what you have to understand is that Christianity, real Christianity, is just to be a follower of Christ. It means to be Christ-like. It has nothing to do with, do you go to church, what denomination you are. It has nothing to do with what type of Bible do you read. It has to do with being Christ. Yeah, John Him. It's being Christ-like. And so for me, what I look at is, where do I see the fruits of the Spirit in your life? Where do I see you? Right? And so that's what I look for. And what I know today, one of the biggest things that tells me you're probably not doing it is when I see in your bio, if the first thing your bio says is Christian, conservative, Christ, child of God, if it says any of that, I'm usually like, yeah, no, because if you gotta say it, you're probably not. If you have to tell people, you're probably not, because people should be able to see your walk and see your talk. And even if they don't know your particular faith, they know that you are walking the talk, right? So I was watching him, okay? And after that, you know how YouTube just starts to bring up other videos after that, right? So YouTube brings up another video after that, and it happens to be of Chris Hayes. And Chris Hayes is talking about the Jeffrey files and this, that, and the other. And then he briefly talks about what am I trying to say? He briefly talks about Emil Bove, but he's talking about the Jeffrey files first and foremost. And he said something that irritated my soul as soon as he said it. And it irritated me to the degree that I took my ass over to Blue Sky, because I no longer have Twitter. I deleted that at the beginning of the year, right? And then I went to him and I replied back to him because he said something that made me angry. Here's what he said. He said that Ghislaine Maxwell is the only person doing time for Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. And I was angry. I was heated because she is not doing time for Jeffrey's crimes. She is doing time for her crimes, for her role, what she did. She recruited those girls. She lied to those girls. She gave those girls to those people. She did that. It made me so mad. It made me so mad. Because she's no victim. No victim whatsoever. She comes from money. And she comes from, y'all, there are levels to rich people. There are levels to rich people. There are some people that, when you're just like wealthy, right? Traveling to different countries, like that's enough, right? Like that's enough to excite you about life, right? Because you're doing things that the average person doesn't do. Oh, I know who her daddy is. Way old school money, right? And then when you are like really, really rich, right? Here's what I believe about money. I believe that money does not change you. Appreciate you, Juju. I believe that money amplifies who you already are. Hear me? Money does not change you. Money amplifies who you already are. Because then it shows me what you would do if you were able to. Hey, what's up, Carla? Right? And so what happens with when I talk about levels to rich people? So there's rich people who are rich enough that they play with real estate, right? There are rich people and they play with real estate. And then there are other rich people that they play with real estate in different countries, right? There are people that are so rich, they play with real estate. They play with real estate in different countries. And then they play with boats. And then they play with boats in different countries in addition to their real estate. You following me on this, on the levels to money that I'm talking about? Y'all following me on this? And then there are some people that are so filthy rich, they get their excitement by playing with people's lives. Y'all hear me? There are some people that are so rich, their entertainment is playing with people's lives. And those people don't have, you can't shame those people. They don't have it. You hear me, y'all? Those people You can't shame those people. They don't have it. You will never, ever, ever be able to shame a Donald Trump. Ever. It does not exist. You will never be able to shame an Elon Musk. It doesn't happen. You will never be able to shame Mark Zuckerberg. I got you, Brenda. Sorry. Right? It doesn't happen. They've got enough money to buy the shame away. It doesn't resonate with them anymore. You got me? It's just absent. And if they don't have the ability to be shamed, they don't have the ability to feel empathy. And that's the type of money that Ghislaine Maxwell comes from. That's the type of money that she comes from. You know? Brenda, you wanted to hop in the conversation? Brenda? Okay, now I can.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes I have to position my phone just right. Yeah, what you were saying in regards to, those people have no empathy whatsoever. They're not going to have, they believe that they could get where they are now, just by a little thing and pretty much stepping on whoever in order to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I say that there's too much competition in the poor and working class instead of cooperation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all for the benefit of the elitist predatory class.
Yeah.
The benefit and entertainment and, anything that they're like, oh, look at they're fighting about this again and that sort of thing. It's all for their entertainment, and they're not looking at us.
Yeah, it's for their entertainment and their bank account, period.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I said the benefit, because it's financial for sure. But I'm like, hey, whatever keeps them, distracted. And
Yep.
Of course, I call it the corrupt circle jerk, but
It is.
like, mainstream media, taking the ad money from corporate donors who bribe elected officials in both parties.
Yeah.
It's all connected.
Yeah.
And when people, they sit there and they think, oh, well, I'm on the left because I watch MSNBC. I'm like, honey, you have to look at where they're only allowed to tell you so much, because they're corporate overlords, they're only going to allow them so much.
Yeah.
Information. So that's why eventually, like Mehdi Hassan and people like that are, they're allowed to do it for so long, and then they're like, okay, we can't have him do anymore.
Oh.
And stuff like that. So,
Mehdi Hassan is a beast. He is.
He's fantastic. I'm learning more about him. Like I said, I'm not a 24-hour news channel.
Yeah.
Person, and I never have been.
Mm-hmm.
But I, started
Mila.
like going to like left wing, like it started with like TYT, but I don't listen to them anymore. But like Status Quo News. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of Status Quo, but it's like this fantastic, like left wing, news organization that they do a lot of on ground reporting. Like right now, they're at the alligator thing down in Florida, like constantly talking to the protesters and stuff like that, because they'll go to where people have forgotten, because it's not in mainstream media. And the guy that started it, his name is Jordan Sheridan. He actually wrote a book called "We the Poisoned" about the Flint water crisis.
Mm-hmm.
And the foreword was actually written by Aaron Brockovich.
Oh yeah.
And he's starting to win awards for it. So I had to listen to it because of my ADHD. I can't really read books anymore.
Mhm.
because then I'm not actually able to concentrate.
Gotcha.
But like listening to it, I was like, I had to like a couple times I actually had to stop driving because I was listening to it while I was driving, and it was too much.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I will tell you. So what I do is I will scan a bunch of different media sources. I will see what the stories are. And then typically what I do is I skim the stories looking for links to the actual documents that they're reporting on or the actual interview so that I can actually hear what the person is saying in their in totality. Yeah, because it's going to be skewed. And then so my oldest daughter is in town right now. She has a friend that is actually in Palestine right now at one of the refugee camps, and she is there, and she posts to her TikTok stories every day. You can hear the raid sirens going off. You can hear she puts up how many people have been unalived, that day, or how many people they've lost at that particular refugee camp, and all of those things. And she's a young girl, in her, I think, mid-20s to late 20s, something like that. And she's there. And so, like, for me, that is somebody that I know that, and I'm watching her because I know her through my kid. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Yeah. So,
And I mean to like realize that, and not to say anything about like bad about my parents or whatever, but because they're just trying to live their life and do what they need to do to take care of their own and that sort of thing. Like, I mean, I appreciate my dad so much. I mean, he was in communications in the Air Force in Vietnam, and luckily he came back and he was healthy enough that he got on. First at Goodyear, but then he got on at the Postal Service, and he was able to, have enough money to be able to pay for educational CDs for all 4 of us kids to go to college and that sort of thing. But he wanted to make sure that none of us, went into the military because of what he went through. He was like, I don't want them to have to do that. And of course it's a choice, for everyone and stuff like that. And I appreciate people going and doing that. But like I said, I mean, and then he started, telling us more about it, like within like 10, 15 years ago when he found like aerial shots of where he was stationed and stuff like that. And he started, telling us more about it. So you just appreciate, because the fact he didn't meet my mom until he came back.
yeah.
And, because otherwise I wouldn't be here, and, they celebrated 50 years of marriage in 2023. Unexpectedly, my mom passed away less than 2 months later. So the worst thing about it is that, he is him, because he's not only missing, his wife of 50 years, but they were also birthday buddies.
Oh,
So they were born on the exact same day as each other. So, but also I wanted to mention when you were talking about, I think also the thing when you were talking about the Senate, making up its own rules and stuff like that, I think a lot of it also has to do with, Citizens United.
yeah.
The fact that has become, one of the worst things that was ever allowed to be, to come into fruition, and that the SCOTUS, as I call it, allow that to happen. I think it's the most disgusting thing ever, because and people don't see, like, it depends on where people are getting their money from and that sort of thing, when they're in office. Like, because our district is blue here. I live in the Kansas City metro area on the Kansas side of the state line.
Yeah.
And our person, I mean, when she first ran in 2018, the guy that she was running against, who I backed, they said that they weren't going to take any corporate money. And then as soon, like a month before, then she started taking it because she wanted it. She would do whatever it takes to get it.
Yeah.
So I haven't actually voted for her since that election, because I just wanted, because the previous guy, his name was Yoder, so
Yeah.
it said anyone but, or not for Yoda Roder or something like that.
Yeah.
But Yeah, so I definitely agree with you on quite a bit. So I
Yeah.
just wanted to come up and agree with that. And yeah, when you were talking about Christians, my like I grew up in a Catholic, but I didn't really kind of believe. I just kind of went through the motions because I didn't know what would happen if I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But then I have a sister who she works for. I don't know if I told you this before. She works for the State Department.
Mm-hmm. You did.
But she actually went to, or she went to church up until probably a few years ago. 2020. Well, yeah, about 2020. I think that she decided she's like, I can't physically go to church because I feel like I have to take medications for anxiety to just go to mass because there's probably the fact that there are Trump supporters. So
Yeah.
yeah, which I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. But I love the fact that her husband said, no, we're not doing that.
Right.
It's like, it's not worth it. So anyway, well, I do appreciate your time.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I appreciate you as well. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna boom, boom, boom. So hey Dre, I'm gonna give you about 60 seconds to come on up. Like just come on up to the chat. And if you don't, then you'll just be muted and booted because you're not here for actual discussion. So yeah, no, Brenda, I appreciate you. Here, you already know my dad had a couple of tours in Vietnam as well. I got you, Mama CF. And so I 100% I hear you when you say he wanted to make sure that that you all didn't serve. I think so. I come from a life of a life of people who serve. So all of like my entire family, my mom, my brothers, my dad, all of us. So it was just a natural thing for us to do. So Cam already muted Dre, y'all. So and then Phantom went ahead and blocked. Look at that. Love it. So appreciate you, Brenda. Thank you. Hey, River Ray. You too. Appreciate you. So for those of you all who haven't seen it, there is a pretty significant cyber attack that is happening in Minnesota. Governor Walz has activated the National Guard because it has exceeded the capability for the state to handle. It's a developing story. It's happened in the last 15 to 20 minutes. But I just wanted everyone to hear that bit of news so that you were aware of that. The Trump administration is now also asking for information from, I believe it's 10 states for people that are on their voter rolls. What the fuck? But yeah, so yep, I will repeat, Megan. So Minnesota is currently experiencing a significant cyber attack that has exceeded the ability for the state to handle. And so Governor Walz has activated the National Guard to assist. And that is what is currently happening in Minnesota. Bella, don't attack your sister in the game. Dax, you're asking the wrong person. What I would imagine is I think he's talking about just for, because there are certain buildings where the cyber security is what keeps a building. So listen, you guys, if there are certain, Kathy, don't say that, please. You guys, for a lot of places, it is your cybersecurity that keeps buildings secure. So there will be certain buildings that now do not have the ability to remain secure. Hey, hold on, guys, girls. We're gonna talk softly and we're not gonna yell. Got it? Okay. I talked about this already. Y'all have Post-it notes of things that I wanted to make sure that I covered. Oh, yeah, they would also have cybersecurity specialists as well. 100%. I agree with you also, which in that respect, there was a comment that happened a few minutes ago that I want to address very quickly. Somebody said the news isn't really a big issue and it's it's our interpretations or the conclusions that we draw. I disagree. I believe that the news is an issue. I believe that the news is an issue because of the headlines, because of what they do and they don't talk about anymore. The news is an issue because they are manipulating people and being manipulated. The news is a significant issue when they are willing to fire someone, eliminate their job in order to get their $8 billion deal approved by the FEC. That's a fucking problem. And that is what we see happening, period. The media is an issue. Their headlines are an issue. The way that they frame stories is an issue. The things that they don't report on is an issue. All of those things are an issue. It doesn't have anything to do with, I mean, it's not that it's not just about what conclusions we draw, right? Yeah, that's an issue. But when you draw a conclusion, it's based on the information that you have available to you, right? So I disagree that the news is not an issue. What's up, Sandy? Good to see you. Yeah, Tim Ratliff, I am I am highly empathetic. Hey Angie, good to see you. We had a good time. So I wanted to make sure that I addressed that part as well. So back to Ghislaine. When we talk about Ghislaine Maxwell, I think a couple of things are very important. The first is the thing that I just mentioned. Ghislaine Maxwell is not some innocent bystander, some victim of whatever. She's not doing time for Jeffrey's crimes. She is doing time for her own crimes. Period. Full stop. That's it. Right? So that is the issue with Ghislaine. Many of the victims would not be victims had she not recruited them. Period. Okay. So I think that that's important. Number two, the fact that that the president of the United States will not say clearly and concisely that he would be unwilling to pardon her is a problem. I'm going to say that again. The fact that the president of the United States is not willing to say clearly and concisely that he would not pardon her or communicate or communicate. Oh my gosh, y'all, or commute her sentence is a problem. And there should not be a single person of any party that doesn't take issue with that. And it cannot be as easily looked over as it was when he pardoned Roger Stone. And we're going to get to this whole 2016, 2017, what did or didn't happen. Did Russia, interfere with the U.S. election, blah, 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 Barack Obama. We're going to do all of that. But let me just say this first. I don't give a single fuck about what they say Barack Obama did or didn't do, because he did it in his role as the president and he has presidential immunity. So kiss my ass. Thank you, Supreme Court. Just saying. Appreciate you, Justice Roberts. Thanks, Alito. Clarence, you got it. I don't care. I literally don't care. Goose, ganders, geese, all of them, Jeremiah. All of them. It is just that simple for me. I just don't care. All right. Now, here's the thing that I do want to talk about with regard to Ghislaine. There's something that the DOJ did in this conversation with her that I don't think people are talking enough about. She was offered immunity to talk to the DOJ this time. Now, you all, she was offered leniency and immunity to testify before when it comes to Jeffrey's case. So why would she need it to be offered again? Why would she need it to be offered a second time? And she did. She perjured herself 100%. Yeah, she perjured herself. Correct. But you all get this, right? She was offered it the first time. So why is she being offered it a second time? To say what or to not say what? Listen, this is my thing. You have to ask yourself these questions. Why do you need it to be offered a second time? Now, why does the DOJ need to meet with her before Congress can bring her in? So they know what she will and won't say, right? Yeah, and you hear her attorney already saying that she should be pardoned. Her attorney heard Trump say, I do it, right? I'm able to do it in reference to pardoning her. And the DOJ, yes, Bren, the DOJ fired Comey, right? And I'm not talking about James Comey. I'm talking about his daughter, who was one of the prosecutors on that case, right? And then Trump says yesterday he declined the invitation to the island. How many of you all saw that latest piece of news? Did you all see him say that? I really need you all to hear me when I say this. He said, quote, I never had the privilege of going, right? Okay, so hold on. Let me see if I can play this for everybody. I'm going to turn this up so everybody can hear you. Yep, he said he never had the privilege of going. Now listen to this. I know it's going to play an ad first. Give me a second. Yes, he said, I never had the privilege of going. I love it when he talks because he's not a bright man. And the things that he says. Hold on.
President Trump revealing he turned down an invitation from notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein to visit Epstein's private island in the Caribbean. While he says many others went.
Nobody ever talks about them. I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island.
President Trump.
So listen, he said, I turned it down. I never wanted to go. Now, let me just say this. I never had the privilege of going. He said, I turned it down. Now, I want to remind you all of something that the president of the United States said not that long ago. Here's what he said. He said, I'm being offered a $400 million jet. I would be stupid to turn it down. Can you tell me that same person was offered a free ride on a private jet to an island full of girls/women and he turned it down? Fuck no. Donald Trump has told you he turns down nothing. He said, somebody gives me something for free, I'd be stupid not to take it. And I want you to remember, Donald Trump was campaigning in Epstein's jet. Can I tell y'all that? Let me just say this. Listen, Donald Trump was training in Jeffrey's jet. Do y'all not remember this? In 2024. He sure did. So I'm just saying, folks, he called going to the island a privilege. He now says, for the very first time, I turned it down. Right? Mila, I'm sitting right here. Okay, well, that's okay. You don't have to yell. So give me 1 second. So I'm going to go ahead and let Maple Leaf speak. Remember, so folks, if you're new, I know the boss asked this question, but how many of you all are new to my live? Put a 1 in the comments because I wasn't here when he asked this question. How many of you all are new to my my live? Just put a 1 in the comments for me. Awesome. Perfect. Shut up, Lisa. Okay. Hey, Brandon, I got to put you on mute until I get to you, please. Okay, great. So let me say this to you guys. The way that I run, hush, Sandy, the way that I run this space, did you hear? Listen. So you just got disconnected because I asked you to stay on mute until it was your turn. That's how. So again, let me start by going over the guidelines. I ask for 4 things in this space. Number 1, be respectful. That means doing what the fuck I ask you to do when I ask you to do it. 2, do not use slurs of any kind. Do not spam my comments. And do not type in all caps. All caps is for my moderators and my folks that are vision impaired. Oh, thanks, Mr. Barrios. Girl, I don't even know what he sounded like because as soon as I heard I just, bye. Listen, we can have dialogue, we can have discourse, we can disagree, we can be passionate, but we're going to do it respectfully, which means you stay the fuck on mute until I get to you. That's all it means. Yeah. Whatever that Joker had, guess where he's got it now? He's got it in the damn comments. That's what he's got. Whatever he had, whatever he had to say in the comments. And when I say no slurs, folks, I mean that no matter what side you come from. Okay. So for example, let me just say this. For those of you all that say things like, we don't like maggots or whatever, I don't call Trump supporters maggots. We don't do any of that in this space. Okay? So when I say that, I say it from all the sides of things. Okay? Perfect. Maple Leaf, appreciate your patience. What you got for me this afternoon? Yeah, Renee, you can call him MAGA. Maple Leaf, I'm going to send you an invitation to unmute. You can request back up, Maple Leaf, if you want to. Yeah, so yeah, you can call them MAGA because that's how they call themselves, right? But we don't call them names. I just don't. Here's the thing. I don't believe there's any benefit in that. And when people say things like, oh, MAGA is stupid. No, they're not. No, they're not. When people say, oh, they can't be reached or they don't listen to reason. Yes, they can. And yes, they do. Not all of them, but some do. Right. And if you're not, what you need to say is you are not someone that wants to have the patience or be that committed to have a productive conversation with someone. That's what you need to say. Don't say that MAGA is the problem. Say that you're not willing to do the work that it takes to build connection and have conversation with someone who's a MAGA. Say that. Because that's the only thing you can speak to is you. Unless you're talking about a specific MAGA person that you know, that's all you can talk about. You don't know every MAGA. Melissa, exhausting, but guess what? So, Melissa, I'm going to share something with you that I say all the time. When I think about how exhausting it is to have these conversations and to put out accurate information, when I get like, fuck this, I'm fed up, I picture in my head, and everybody who has followed me for a while has heard me say this. Watch this in the comments. Guys, who do I picture and where is he standing? Who do I picture and where are we standing? When I get tired, Stacey D got it so quick. Say John Lewis, the bridge. I picture John Lewis on an Edmund Pettus bridge. And I think about how tired he must have been on that Sunday. I think how tired he must have been. How tired, right? How exhausted. And I want you all to remember something, okay? When we talk about Martin and Malcolm and John Lewis and all of them, oh my gosh, why can I not say the man's name? Marcus Garvey. When I think about all of those individuals and how tired they must be, right? Must have been. I think about the fact that they had an FBI that was weaponized on them. Remember that? They had an FBI that was weaponized against them. They were called criminals. They were put behind bars. They were targeted. Their families were targeted. I want you all to come on now. You cannot get tired. You cannot get exhausted having conversations on social media. You cannot get exhausted having conversations at Nana's cookout. You cannot get exhausted, right? Having conversations in the grocery store. Because guess what? Those folks over there at the Heritage Foundation, they're not getting exhausted. Charlie Kirk isn't getting exhausted. They're not getting tired. So you don't get to either. You can let me just say this. You can get tired, and then I need you to take a reset and come back. The world is not going to fall apart in one day or 1 week. I just went on vacation. Some shit happened, but nothing that couldn't wait 5 days. Right? I kept my finger on the pulse enough to see what was happening. And mostly, if you want me to be truthful, it was the same shit that was happening when I left. Do you know what was happening when I left? Emil Bovey, guess what's happening now? Do you know what was happening when I left? Jeffrey and files and a list. Guess what's happening today? Same thing. Jeffrey, files and a list. You know what else was happening when I left? Preparation for the state elections and the midterms. Guess what's still happening today? Same things. But do you know what else happened, y'all? The Department of Education had to give back billions in funding to the states they said they weren't giving money to. Did y'all miss that win? Did y'all miss that? Did y'all miss that another court said hell no to that birthright citizenship thing that Trump is trying to do? Did y'all miss that? Y'all know we love a good win, right? We love a good win. And Planned Parenthood. Yes, Blue Honey Pot. That one I saw yesterday. Oh, here we go. Ghislaine Maxwell has offered to testify to Congress. Okay, we'll see what she got to say. You got to find the wins, folks. Stay plugged in. There is stuff that's happening. So, Renee, the Trump administration has to continue giving Medicaid to Planned Parenthood. Remember, folks, don't speak what you don't want what you don't want to happen. So here's what happened. The Trump administration is releasing, listen, some say 5, some say 6. It don't matter. All the billions of dollars, $6.2 billion in K through 12 funding that was already approved, it has been released. All right, Nene. Right? So let me do this one. This one happened yesterday. Yep. So the judge orders that federal government to continue funding Planned Parenthood. That happened yesterday. Let me see. And then second judge, hold on. Blocks. Look, all this shit comes up. Second judge blocks. And then, you know how Google will suggest things to you? Second judge blocks Trump tariffs. Second judge blocks funding freeze. Second judge blocks freeze. Like it comes up with all these things because he keeps losing. As much as they keep saying he's winning, I need you all to understand he keeps losing. So judge blocks birthright citizenship restrictions in the third ruling since the Supreme Court decision. That is the third ruling, and there will continue to be more. There will continue to be more. And then what will have to happen is somebody will have to determine if they are going to file it as a class and seek a class block on it. And then I'm just saying, folks. See, this is what we do here. We got to talk about the bullshit, but we also got to talk about the wins. Oh, Tara Love, honey, I know. I wasn't talking about you. A class block. So Mimi, when the okay, so here's what happened. Missed you guys too. So Mimi, here's what happened. So the Supreme Court made a ruling that federal judges could no longer do a nationwide injunction across the country. Okay. So let's just say that one case for 5 defendants went before a judge in Massachusetts. The Supreme Court said that judge in Massachusetts could not make an injunction that applied to those 5 people and the entire country. But they left the door open for a mechanism in which to happen. So what they left open was for it to be identified as a class suit. So, for example, when they're doing this birthright citizenship case, right? Hey, Mia, good to see you. And so what they would say is they could then make it a class of anyone who is born in the country that does not have at least one parent that is a U.S. citizen. A federal judge could identify that as a particular class, and then it could become a nationwide injunction. So that's what I mean when they turn it into a class suit. It identifies a particular group of people, and anybody that's part of the class, right? It applies to no matter where they are in the country. Okay. So, yeah, you're welcome. So again, the things that I just want to kind of recap, because some of you guys weren't here at the beginning, right? So things that I want to recap. Flight logs. Yes, he's in them like 8 times, right? Yes, he's in the, what's up, Scott G? He's in the flight logs between Palm Beach and Teterboro. Now, why does that matter? Teterboro is 12 miles from Manhattan. So when everybody says, oh, he's not on the flight logs to the island, that doesn't matter. And I'm going to tell you why. He had property in Palm Beach and property in New York where those crimes were committed. How do we know? Because those are the actual court documents that were charged against Jeffrey. And y'all know me, I love a good court document read. Y'all ready for a good court document read today? Because I have the entire court document pulled up and ready to go. Ready to go. It's a 14-page indictment from the grand jury against Jeffrey. Okay. So count one, Schmeck's trafficking conspiracy. The grand jury charges the overview. All right. The overview is, as set forth herein, over the course of many years, Jeffrey, and I'm not going to say the last name because I'm avoiding TikTok bullshit, the defendant sexually exploited and abused dozens of minor girls at his homes in Manhattan, New York, and Palm Beach, Florida, among other locations. Now, remember what I just said to you. The 8 times that he is on the logs, and when I say he, I'm referring to the current president of the United States, the flights are going from Palm Beach to Teterboro, which is 12 miles from Manhattan, or back. One of the others. Now, does that necessarily mean he participated in this? It does not. It does not mean that, but it just says that he was on flights that were at, by the way, the Teterboro airport is where he was arrested. Y'all got it? The Teterboro airport is where he was arrested in 2019, just so y'all know. Okay. Now it says, in particular, from at least in or about 2002 up to and including at least in or about 2005, Jeffrey, the defendant, enticed and recruited and caused to be enticed and recruited minor girls to visit his mansion in Manhattan, New York, entitled, quote unquote, the New York Residence, and his estate in Palm Beach, Florida, referred to as, quote unquote, the Palm Beach Residence, to engage in Schmeck's acts with him, after which he would give the victims hundreds of dollars in cash. Moreover, and in order to maintain and increase his supply of victims, Jeffrey also paid certain of his victims to recruit additional girls to be similarly abused by Jeffrey. In this way, Jeffrey created a vast network of underage victims for him to sexually exploit in locations including New York and Palm Beach. Good afternoon, Teresa. Point 3. The victims described herein were as young as 14 years old at the time that they were abused by Jeffrey, the defendant, and were, for various reasons, often particularly vulnerable to exploitation. Jeffrey intentionally sought out minors and knew that many of his victims were, in fact, under the age of 18, including because, in some instances, minor victims expressly told him their age. Now, the thing that I want you all to remember about a criminal court case, the standard, okay, the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. And very often there are charges that are not brought because they do not meet the threshold of that standard. Not because they did not occur, not because they do not exist, but because the DA believes that they don't have the evidence needed for those particular charges. So I think that it's very important for people to remember that when we're reading these court documents, because just because something isn't there doesn't mean that the government doesn't have evidence, doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It just means that it wasn't enough for it to meet that threshold for them to feel beyond a shadow of a doubt, right, that they could win that case with that charge. Okay. Give me 1 second. I want to pull up something for you. I need this. Okay. That is why he was sued civilly so often. Correct. All right. I'm going to do court documents today. Could Comey, the daughter, talk now? She could, but it would only be because her father does, right? But it could not be about things that aren't public record to date, because my thought process around that would be is that because they weren't tried in court, then they wouldn't be able to kind of make those allegations and those charges now that he is no longer here. Okay. Okay, that's the one that I want. I don't want to, I hate this shit. This is why you're getting a fake ass email right now. If there's anybody else that loves, it's not a fake email. It's Safari. Apple has a thing where you can hide your email. Praise him. I am about that life. Okay. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second, folks. I got a lot. There we go. I'm pulling up another thing that I need, because we're going to do some, I find it best not to sit up here and speculate. I love a good, okay, y'all, hold on, because now they're going to text me a damn code. It's going to look like I'm leaving, but I'm not. I'm not. 752085. Love that. Not now. We're not doing all that right now. No. They tickle me wanting you to give them a whole bunch of stuff now. No, I'm not. Can I give you all a tip while I'm thinking about this? Do not set your home address as your home in your GPS, because anybody that gets into your car can then look at your GPS, see what home is, and go to your home. Do not do that. Y'all hear me? Do not do it. It's not safe. Another little tip for you. Do not put like work. Don't do that. Don't put. Okay, so here's what I'm saying. See, so many of y'all do it. All right, so here we go. Damn, I didn't realize. Okay, so listen, what I just said is, and the reason why I said this is because Google was asking me, do I want to give my home address? No, the fuck I don't. So listen, when you do not label your locations in your car as home or work or kids' school. Do not do that. Do not label it like that, people, because anybody that gets in your vehicle, if your car is stolen, if you none of those things, because they can literally just think and go right on over. So don't do that. Okay. Okay. Sidebar. So, the things that you learn on my lives. Okay. So, DeBoss, did you want to jump in here before I finish with this court document?
Yeah, I want to jump in here. First of all, I love your tan. Wherever you at, you got it, girl.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
I just wanted to did you talk about, because you were gone, did you talk about your call up on that Bollesburg? Did you hear about it while you were gone?
Which part of it?
Where I guess he read, I guess he went over the information and was supposed to be decided on how he was going to handle the judges blatantly lying to him. Did you see that?
Hold on a second. Criminal contempt ruling July. So the latest thing that I saw is, so I knew that he found the probable cause for the criminal contempt, and that was way back in April when it all happened. The only thing that I saw is that 2 days ago, the Justice Department filed a misconduct complaint. Did you all know that? That the Trump administration filed a it was the Justice Department, the DOJ filed a misconduct complaint against him. And yeah. And so let me see what it is. So yeah, they just did this yesterday.
Okay, yeah, so I gotta find it. Last Thursday, I think.
Yes.
I was reading something that said so I don't know if he went through the whistleblower, the whole whistleblowers thing, and all of that, and he was considering what course of action he was going to take against the said attorneys that basically came in there and lied to him. Yeah, that was like last Thursday.
Okay, let me see.
I was like, oh crap.
Let's see.
Hey, Nene.
Nope. If you find it, send it to me. Because the only thing I see is that the DOJ for the Trump administration filed a misconduct complaint against him.
Yeah, and I think that was So when I get back to my office, I'll definitely show you. But yeah, but I did want to say that. I mean, we're talking about we have to stop equivocating on these children, man. I just had enough of it.
Yes, 100%.
I mean, enough is enough. And when we watch people make decisions about children or make decisions, partisan decisions that put children in harm, like Texas. I'm just tired of hearing people say that they give a shit about children, and then their actions just constantly contradict everything they say. And I think that we should let people move off that point ever. I don't want to hear excuses. Foolish. I don't. If they're all on there, they all should be accountable.
Right. 100%.
It's just absurd. So we got to just stop doing that. But
Agreed.
Back to my office, I will definitely send it to you.
Awesome. Love that. Appreciate you, DeBoss.
You can tell me now.
Okay, I got you. All right. So Susan Brown, I sent you an invitation to join the panel. You just have to click accept or click the little box that's on the screen that says request. And we can discuss your comments regarding the Jeffries files. And if you're new here, we always, we do things respectfully. There's no gotcha moments happening. You just said a few things that I would like to address. And it's easier to do that when you're on the panel and we can talk. You don't have to be on camera. Susan? Are you coming or no? I'm waiting on you, Susan, for just a minute more before I continue. Oh, Susan's not new. You know I don't be thinking about these people. Okay. Awesome. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to go back to, I'm on point 4 of the actual court case she left. Love that. All right. So point 4 of this court document, hey, Rosalind, says this: in creating and maintaining this network of minor victims in multiple states to sexually abuse and exploit, Jeffrey, the defendant, worked and conspired with others, including employees and associates who facilitated his conduct by, among other things, contacting victims and scheduling their encounters with Jeffrey at the New York residence and at the Palm Beach residence. Factual background. Point 5. During all time periods charged in this indictment, Jeffrey, the defendant, was a financier with multiple residences in the continental United States, including the New York residence and the Palm Beach residence. Beginning in at least 2002, Jeffrey, the defendant, enticed and recruited and caused to be enticed and recruited dozens of minor girls to engage in schmex acts with him, after which Jeffrey paid the victims hundreds of dollars in cash at the New York residence and the Palm Beach residence. Do you all know why they're making this distinction when they say that he enticed and recruited and caused to be enticed and recruited? So that means that he got a lot of money and don't nobody know how he got it or what he does with it. He just managed large amounts of money on behalf of a bunch of different people, and nobody really knows how he got all of his money. They just know he had a lot of damn money. So does everybody know why they make this distinction? Right, Living with the Louds. They made that distinction. So Living with the Louds said, yep, because he hired other girls to go out and get them for him. So they want to be clear that not only did he entice and recruit, but he caused them to be enticed and recruited. For example, Ghislaine, perfect example. Okay. And then it says this. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm reading news notifications when they come across at the same time, y'all. Multitasking. Yeah. Okay. It says, beginning in at least 2002. Oh, wait, I already said that part. In both New York and Florida, Jeffrey, the defendant, perpetuated this abuse in similar ways. Victims were initially recruited to provide, quote unquote, massages to Jeffrey, which would be performed either partially or completely undressed, would become increasingly schmexual in nature and would typically include one or more schmex acts. Jeffrey paid his victims hundreds of dollars in cash for each encounter. Moreover, Jeffrey actively encouraged certain of his victims to recruit additional girls to be similarly essayed. Jeffrey incentivized his victims to become recruiters by paying these victims recruiters hundreds of dollars for each girl they brought to him. In doing so, Jeffrey maintained a steady supply of new victims to exploit. I'm at the bottom of page 3. This is the New York residence. At all times relevant to this indictment, Jeffrey, the defendant, possessed and controlled a multi-story private residence on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, New York, i.e. the New York residence. Between at least in or about 2002 and in or about 2005, Jeffrey abused numerous minor victims at the New York residence by causing these victims to be recruited to engage in paid SAs with him. Vince, I have given you an invitation to come join the panel. Please do so. I would love to chat with you about the allegation that you're making in the comments. So I'm sure that you would like to discuss it, right, Vince? I am certain that you're not someone who just, hops around on the internet making slanderous libel accusations about people that could harm their reputation and their well-being, I'm sure that you would not make some sort of allegation about people that would be harmful to to them in any way, shape, or form without being able to. Mila, so you're okay, without wanting to at least discuss on the basis, the basis of which you're making those allegations, right? Vince, you're still in the comments. I know that you cannot possibly be scared to come up to the panel and have a conversation. I know that you certainly aren't just a keyboard warrior who's scared to come up and talk to a woman. I'm sure that that's not you, right? I'm sure that you're not a keyboard warrior that's scared to talk to a woman. Bella, what just happened? Mila, you don't have to get louder because I'm talking to her. Don't touch each other. And I mean it. Vance, come on. Surely you're able to have this conversation, right, Vance? No? That's what I thought. That is what I thought. Let me know. Let me know, Vince, if you decide you want to have a conversation. All right, here we go. Back to the court document. Top of page 4, he left. Love that. Right, Kira. Even the kids were more mature than Vince. Point 9, when a victim arrived at the New York residence, she typically would be escorted. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Excuse me, y'all. Why? Well, you weren't trying not to. Hey, you're okay. Okay, stop. I'm working. I just want to be working. You better be quiet. You're fine. You're fine. Okay. Oh, as important as this is, family always comes first. Yes, I can, Brandy. Thank you. All right. Let me do this real quick, folks. Okay, listen, I don't care. Don't play together. Just don't touch each other and talk quietly. All right, so here we go. I have to be careful with the language in this court document, and you all know why. All right, so here's what it says. When a victim arrived at the New York residence, she typically would be escorted to a room with a massage table where she would perform a massage on Jeffrey, the defendant. The victims, who were as young as 14 years of age, were told by Jeffrey or other individuals to partially or fully derobe before beginning the massage, quote unquote. During the encounter, Jeffrey would escalate the nature and scope of the contact with his victim to include, among other things, schmex acts that involved direct and indirect contact with the victim's areas. Jeffrey typically would also relieve himself during these encounters. Ask the victims to, to assist him in relieving himself, whether it be, directly themselves or with devices. Point 10, in connection with each encounter, Jeffrey, the defendant, or one of his employees or associates paid the victim in cash. Victims typically were paid hundreds of dollars in cash for each encounter. If you have not seen Filthy Rich on Netflix, I recommend watching it. Jeffrey, the defendant, knew that many of his New York victims were underage because certain victims told him their age. Further, once these minor victims were recruited, many were abused by Jeffrey on multiple subsequent occasions at the New York residence. Jeffrey sometimes personally contacted victims to schedule appointments at the New York residence. In other instances, Jeffrey directed employees and associates, including a New York-based employee, which is Employee One. Yes, that's the show. It is on Netflix. Yep. Teresa, yes. Teresa, sorry, Teresa, yes. Yeah, so there was a New York-based employee referred to as Employee One to communicate with victims via phone to arrange for them to return to the New York residence for additional encounters with Jeffrey. Additionally, and to further facilitate his ability to abuse minor girls in New York, Jeffrey, the defendant, asked and enticed certain of his victims to recruit additional girls to perform quote unquote massages and similarly engage in acts with Jeffrey. I'm on page 5 of the court document. When a victim would recruit another girl for Jeffrey, he paid both the victim recruiter and the new victim hundreds of dollars in cash. Through these victim recruiters, Jeffrey gained access to and was able to abuse dozens of additional minor girls. In particular, what are her conditions? Hold on. So here are the demands before testifying. Ghislaine Maxwell's demands have been sent to the House Oversight Committee by her attorneys. She is scheduled to testify on August 11th from the federal prison that she is in, that is in Tallahassee. And all I want are the demands. So in a letter to Republican Representative James Comer of Kentucky, head of the Oversight Committee, Maxwell is demanding formal immunity from prosecution and insists the interview not take place at the prison where she is currently incarcerated. Her legal team says she must receive all committee questions in advance to ensure fairness, arguing that surprise questioning would be quote unquote inappropriate and unproductive. They also stipulate that any testimony be scheduled only after the resolution of her Supreme Court petition and an upcoming habeas filing. So there you go. That's what she wants. Just letting y'all know. All right. She wants to see some sunlight, y'all. Get on a plane somewhere. Get in a car, something. At the bottom of page, at the bottom of page 4, okay, top of page 5. In particular, certain recruiters brought dozens of additional minor girls to the New York residence to give massages to and engage in acts with Jeffrey, the defendant. Epstein encouraged victims to recruit additional girls by offering to pay these victim recruiters for every additional girl that they brought to him. When a victim recruiter accompanied a new minor to the New York residence, both of them were paid hundreds of dollars for each encounter. In addition, certain victim recruiters routinely scheduled these encounters through Employee One, which is the New York-based employee, who sometimes asked the recruiters to bring a specific minor girl for Jeffrey. So, guys, understand there is no shortage of young, vulnerable girls in and around New York City. There's no shortage of that. Just so everyone kind of knows, right? Point 14, which is at the top of page 6. And for those of you guys who are asking why she might ask for additional immunity, because she was only convicted on the trafficking piece. Got it? If she provides testimony that is in addition to those other things, then she may want immunity for them because she currently was not convicted on those charges. There may have been charges that weren't brought, that if she testifies before Congress about those things and she does not have immunity, she could be prosecuted for. So that is why she is asking. That's why, well, there's no special treatment being given to her yet, Paige. There's no special treatment being given to her. These are the things that she has asked for, right? Well, because she still wants to know. She doesn't want to be surprised. That's why. Just because she has immunity from them doesn't mean that she doesn't want to know in advance, because there are other people that can be impacted besides just her. So if they're going to ask her specifically, for example, about something regarding Prince Andrew or someone else that doesn't have any of that, then that's going to be the deal. And you're right, John. Every good lawyer would want the questions in advance, because they were also victims, Antoine and Tanya. The minor victims were also victims. That's why they're called victim recruiters. The other, Ghislaine, was charged, and she was the recruiter. The DOJ and the legal system does all kinds of things for people that they know lie. That's nothing new. So, point 15, which is in the middle of page 6 of the court indictment. Right. They use Michael Cohen as a witness, and we know that joker lies. At the Palm Beach residence, Jeffrey, the defendant, engaged in a similar course of abusive conduct. Whose birthday is it? When a victim initially arrived at the Palm Beach residence, she would be escorted to a room, sometimes by an employee of Jeffrey's, including at times 2 assistants, employee 2 and employee 3. Okay. Who, as described herein, were also responsible for scheduling the encounters with minor victims. Once inside, the victim would provide a like partially or not at all clothed massage for Jeffrey. She did, Paige, but she perjured herself when she testified before, just not before Congress, but on the stand. Who would himself typically be also in his birthday suit. During these encounters, Jeffrey would escalate the nature of the scope in the same manner that I just described about what took place at the New York residence. Okay. And in the same way at the New York residence, at the Palm Beach residence, each victim was paid hundreds of dollars in cash for each encounter. Again, certain victims told them his age, so there was an awareness of the fact that they were minors. In addition, as with the New York-based victims, many Florida victims, once recruited, were abused by Jeffrey on multiple additional occasions. Jeffrey, the defendant, who during the relevant time period was frequently in New York, would arrange for employee 2 or other employees to contact victims by phone in advance of his travel to Florida to ensure appointments were scheduled for when he arrived. In particular, in certain instances, employee 2 placed phone calls to minor victims in Florida to schedule encounters at the Palm Beach residence. At the time of certain of those phone calls, Jeffrey and employee 2 were in New York, New York. Additionally, certain of the individuals victimized at the Palm Beach residence were contacted by phone by employee 3 to schedule these encounters. For the person who also asked, why isn't employee 1, 2, and 3 who scheduled these encounters being prosecuted? My guess would be that they struck a deal. and they got immunity in exchange for testifying. And in many cases, they were also victims who then became recruiters. Point 19, which is at the top of page 8, says, moreover, as in New York, to ensure a steady stream of minor victims, Jeffrey, the defendant, asked and enticed certain victims in Florida to recruit other girls. Jeffrey paid hundreds of dollars to victim recruiters for each additional girl that they brought to the Palm Beach residence. Now, these are the statutory allegations, all right? This is in the middle of page 8. From at least in or about 2002. I don't know what you mean. Did the victims ever prosecute against her? Are you asking if any of the victims testified at Ghislaine's trial? Yes, there were people who testified at Ghislaine's trial. So from at least in or about 2002 up to and including in or about 2005 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Jeffrey, the defendant, and others known and unknown, willfully and knowingly did combine, conspire, confederate, and agree together and with each other to commit an offense against the United States, to wit, the trafficking of minors, in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 1591A and B. It was part of point 21 says it was a part and object of the conspiracy that Jeffrey, the defendant, and others known and unknown would and did in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, and obtain by any means a person, and to benefit financially and by receiving anything of value from participation in a venture which has engaged in any such act, knowing that the person had not attained the age of 18 years and would be caused to engage in a commercial schmex act in violation of Title 18 United States Code 1591A and B. Point 22 is under the heading of overt acts, which is at the top of page 9. In furtherance of the conspiracy, gosh, that reminded me of Jack Smith. I had a flashback just a minute ago. Sorry, in furtherance of the conspiracy, reminded me of reading Jack's court documents. And to effect the illegal object thereof, the following overt acts, among others, were committed in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. In or about 2004, Jeffrey, the defendant, enticed and recruited multiple minor victims, including minor victims identified herein as minor victim 1, minor victim 2, and minor victim 3, to engage in acts with Jeffrey at his residences in Manhattan, New York, and Palm Beach, Florida, after which he provided them with hundreds of dollars in cash for each encounter. In or about 2002, minor victim 1 was recruited to engage in those acts with Jeffrey and was repeatedly essayed by him at the New York residence over a period of years and was paid hundreds of dollars for each encounter. Jeffrey also encouraged and enticed minor victim 1 to recruit other girls to engage in those paid acts, which she did. Jeffrey asked minor victim 1 how old she was, and minor victim 1 answered truthfully. In or about 2004, employee 1, which is located in the Southern District of New York, and on behalf of Jeffrey, placed a phone call to minor victim 1 in order to schedule an appointment for minor victim 1 to engage in paid acts with Jeffrey. In or about 2004, minor victim 2 was recruited to engage in acts with Jeffrey and was repeatedly essayed by him at the Palm Beach residence over a period of years and was paid hundreds of dollars after each encounter. I want to be clear, when you are a minor, there is no quid pro quo. When you are a minor child, there's no such thing as quid pro quo. So the person that said that in the comments, there is no quid pro quo when you are a minor. No such thing. Jeffrey also encouraged and enticed minor victim 2 to recruit other girls to engage in the acts, which she did. In or about 2005, employee 2, located in New York. Quid pro quo is you do this for me and I'll do this for you. on behalf of Jeffrey, placed a phone call to minor victim 2, right? In order to schedule an appointment for minor victim 2 to engage in paid acts with Jeffrey. In or about 2005, minor victim 3 was recruited to engage in acts with Jeffrey and was repeatedly essayed by him at the Palm Beach residence over a period of years and was paid hundreds of dollars for each encounter. Jeffrey also encouraged and enticed minor victim 3 to recruit other girls to engage in those paid acts, which she did. He asked minor victim 3 how old she was. Minor victim 3 answered truthfully. So what does that mean? That means 2 of the 3 that are in this particular indictment told him their age directly, and they were willing to testify to that. In or about 2005, employee 2, located in New York, and on behalf of Jeffrey, placed a phone call to minor victim 3 in Florida in order to schedule an appointment for minor victim 3 to engage in those paid acts with Jeffrey. In or about 2004, employee 3 placed a telephone call to minor victim 3 in order to schedule another appointment for minor victim 3 to engage in paid acts with Jeffrey. So, count 2, Title 18, United States Code, Section 371. The grand jury further charges the allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 19 and 22 of this indictment are repeated and realleged as if fully set forth within. So they redo all of that information. Yep. Thanks, Sandy. And then they give you forfeiture allegations. You ready? So here's what it says. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 2 of this indictment, Jeffrey, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States, pursuant to Title 18, United States Code, Section 1594C1, any property, real and personal, that was used or intended to be used to commit or to facilitate the commission of the offense alleged in count 2, and any property, real or personal, constituting or derived from any proceeds obtained directly or indirectly as a result of the offense alleged in count 2, or any property traceable to such property, and the following specific property: the lot or parcel of land, together with its buildings, appurtenances, appurtenances, improvements, fixtures, attachments, and easements located at 9 East 71st Street, New York, New York, with block number 1386 and lot number 10, owned by Maple Incorporated. Nope, Dan, that would not include, because these offenses didn't happen on the island. These offenses happened in New York and Palm Beach. So we're talking about those properties. The substitute asset provision. If any of the above described forfeiture property as a result of any act or omission of the defendant cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence, has been transferred or sold or deposited with a third person, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court, has been substantially diminished in value, or has been commingled with another property which cannot be subdivided without difficulty, it is the intent of the United States, pursuant to 21 U.S.C. 853P and 28 U.S.C. 2461C, to seek forfeiture of any other property of the defendant up to the value of the above forfeitable property. That's the end of the indictment of Jeffrey. That's the full indictment. 14 pages. Why did I take the time to read that indictment? Because it is important for everyone to understand that the charges he was facing was not from what happened on the island. The charges he was facing are for the things that occurred right here in the United States of America, in Palm Beach and in New York, which is exactly the places in which Donald Trump was going to and from when he was on his planes. Does that mean that Trump participated in any of this? It does not. What it does say is that when people say, oh, he never was on the island, I don't give a shit. These charges have nothing to do with the island. When people say, I need to see him on a client list, I don't give a shit. Okay? As I stated earlier, this is someone who told you about what he did. He told you, I grab women by the vajayjay. I don't ask permission. I kiss them. I don't ask permission. Folks, that is SA. That's what that is. Period. So nobody has to make anything up about him. This is something that he told you he does. He told you. I went into the locker rooms for the Miss Teen USAs. These were teenage girls, hence the Miss Teen USAs. They were in various stages of dress. And I was the only guy back there. This is not an allegation that someone else is making up. This is not some Democratic hoax. The three things that I just told you are the things that he said out of his mouth. So if you are holding on to some notion that without him being on a client list, there's no way he would have engaged in these particular things, you need to ask yourself, why are you working this hard to disbelieve something that they told you about themselves? Why? And if you voted for him, ask why that was okay. You do have to start to question and ask yourself, what was it that made me willing to overlook this thing? Right? I mean, I can understand, listen, I might be able to overlook somebody paying an accountant to put their property in some shell companies or in some shit overseas. Got it. I can't overlook this. Right? And you have to ask yourself why you were willing to do so. It's important. Yeah, Kimber. So, next, I read this document back in 2016. And I think that it is important for people to hear this document. Because, well, give me a second. I'm going to tell you why. Yeah, we're going to listen to that one too. All right. The reason why I want to read this court document to you is because we just listened to the indictment that the grand jury in New York handed down against Jeffrey. Did we not? And what we know is that if they were willing to bring these charges, they believed that they had enough evidence to convict, especially because they gave such a specific window of time, right? 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005. And we know that there may have been other times, but they didn't feel like they had the case for those. So I want you to remember what these individuals, what was described in those. And now I'm going to read, a different court document as soon as I find it under everything that I have pulled up, because I have 1,000 things. All right. So here we go. If you are familiar with this document, please do me a favor and don't add to it or any of those things. Okay. Just stick with me. Before I do this real quick, can somebody give me just a real quick bio break? It will take me literally 3 minutes. I'm trying to drink a ton of water because I've been out in the sun and dehydrated. But if somebody could do that for me, that would be greatly appreciated. I don't know if Stacy D, Phantom, Cheryl, Jen, I don't know who else. Y'all know who you are. Awesome, Cam. Love that. Thank you, Cam. I'll be right back, guys.
Hey guys. I was in the middle of my lunch, but I figured I'd pop up since Danny will be back pretty shortly. While we're here, let's go ahead and share and tap and like and do all the things. Yep, like just for the dad jokes said, go ahead and power tap while Danny's gone. Hey, Conchita. Yeah, tap, share. I'm not the best at the commercials, but yeah, tap, share, like, give, just join Danny's Discord if you're not already in Danny's Discord. All the things. Hey, Tammy. Hey, everybody. Oh, Stacy requested up, but sorry, I'm here now. I don't think I could, unless someone else would pull her up while I'm here. But hey, Heather. Hey, here we go.
Hey, Tammy girl.
How's it going?
I just said that because she clearly couldn't see me in the request, and I was like, oh, I feel like she's got to pee.
Yeah. No, you're good. I don't know. No one was like asking. I'm working and I'm also taking lunch, but no one was requesting up. So I was like, let me just pop up real quick.
Yeah. No, appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. How's it going?
I can do it.
Go for it.
Okay. So welcome to Danny's Live, Danny Cook Show. If you are new here, there are a few rules that we'd like to make you aware of. Please do not spam the comments. Please do not use all caps except for mods and those who are vision impaired. Please be respectful and please do not use any slurs of any kind. Dehumanize people. That ain't no way to make connections, right? So, also consider subscribing to Danny's channel. She has one of the lowest subscriber rates on TikTok. And don't forget to do your daily heart rate. Tapping is clapping, caring is sharing. And definitely consider going to her, getting a subscription because she offers a whole bunch of amazing. If you like the show, you'll love being a subscriber because in her Discord there is a subscriber channel. There's a regular side for everybody else, so there's a subscriber channel that's got these juicy little nuggets that Danny saves only for us. So please remember to just share this live out. It tells the algorithm that we are self-success, that we are having engaging conversation, that everybody is enjoying it. Danny was away for 5 days, so we're going to try to help build up her account again. So TikTok knows she's back with a bang and ready to drop some knowledge.
Thank you, Cam and Stacy. I appreciate, love you guys. Missed you so much. All right. Okay. So we're going to dive into this next document. And if you're wondering, you're like, gosh, you've been on for a while. I'm going to be on for a while today because I want to make sure that we talk about the things that really matter. I haven't gone back and I haven't even touched the whistleblower case yet, which we're going to do. I love the fact that a second whistleblower has come forward. The thing that I don't like about it, which we'll talk about more later, is that they're doing it solely through their attorneys to protect their identity, right? And I understand that. And at the same time, if there's any time to risk it all, this is it. This is the time to risk it all, right? So I feel like if you're going to be willing to blow the whistle, then blow it. You know what I mean? Like be loud, be proud, be standing out in front, right? Hey, Marcia, good to see you guys. So this, what I just finished reading was the 14-page grand jury indictment of Jeffrey. Okay. This next document that I'm going to read is another court document against him. This court document is against him and Donnie. Okay. So this court document is Jane Doe proceeding under a pseudonym as the plaintiff v. Donnie and Jeffrey. remember that I'm going to be using TikTok friendly verbiage. And I will do my best to still cover everything. What's up, Jess? Good to see you, Simone. All right, so here we go. Hey, Donna, and I know that I need to do a happy birthday for Renee, so don't let me forget. I keep forgetting, but I will do it. Okay, so here we go. Plaintiff Jane Doe, proceeding under a pseudonym, brings this action against Donnie and Jeffrey and alleges that, number one, plaintiff is an individual residing in and a citizen of the state of California. Upon information and belief, defendants Donnie and Jeffrey each reside in this district and are citizens of the state of New York, because that is where the suit was filed. Jurisdiction and venue. Plaintiff is a citizen of the state of California for purposes of diversity jurisdiction under 28 USC 1332. Defendants are citizens of the state of New York for purposes of diversity jurisdiction under 28 USC 1332. This was filed in the Southern District of New York. Okay. Thank you, Heather. Appreciate it. All right. So here we go. No, I do not want to go live with you. I'm at the top of page 2.5. This court has original subject matter jurisdiction with respect to this action pursuant to 28 USC 1332, as there exists complete diversity of citizenship between plaintiff and defendants, and the amount in controversy exceeds $75,000, exclusive of interest and costs. Defendants are each subject to the jurisdiction of this court pursuant to 28 USC 1332, with proper venue pursuant to 28 USC 1391, as both defendants are residents of and or are domiciled in this district, and the events given rise to the claims occurred in this district. So this is a plaintiff that is alleging that the events that are the basis of this suit occurred in the Southern District of New York, which is the same court and the same district in which Jeffrey's grand jury indictment was in. Okay. Plaintiff was subject to acts of rape, sexual misconduct, criminal SA, forcible interaction, assault, battery, intentional and reckless infliction of emotional distress, false imprisonment, and threats of unaliving and or serious bodily injury by the defendants that took place at several parties during the summer months of 1994. Huff and Puff, you're welcome to join the panel. Let's talk about it. Huff and Puff, would you like to join the conversation? Oh, thanks, Alina. I appreciate that. I'm waiting for you, Huff and Puff. Oh, yeah? A third whistleblower? I love that. I'm going to get to that next, Juno. Hello? I'm waiting for you. Where you at, Huff and Puff? You huffing and puffing? Trying to blow your house down? He left. Love that. This is what happens, right? Okay. So back to facts, not fiction, or baby carrot energy. Let's go back and talk about things. Whoops. All right. So, yep, he went poof. Big boys, they have this information. It's not, I haven't found a secret treasure trove of court documents. They have the same court documents that I do. I just think that mainstream media doesn't want to connect all of the documents and lay them out in a way that is meaningful to people. It's not as reading court documents isn't sexy, right? Reading court documents isn't thrilling, and it doesn't I'm not trying to anger people. I'm not trying to sway people or whatever. Right. It's not in the interest, right? In their interest. And so for me, what I want to do is just give you facts. And sometimes facts they don't make you feel all great and whatever, but right. And they don't get 1,000 people up in here sometimes. But the reality is that this is important. And one of the reasons why I'm reading this particular document directly after reading the grand jury indictment of Jeffrey is because I want you to hear what's alleged in one document compared to what is outlined in the other. Got it? So, the parties were held by Jeffrey at the New York City residence that was being used by defendant Jeffrey at 9 East 71st Street in Manhattan. So this is the same house that we just heard outlined in the indictment against Jeffrey as the house that the residence that could be forfeited to the government. And this is the exact residence that they are talking about in the grand jury indictment. So I want to be clear that this is the same house at the same address that this person is alleging. So I think the first thing that I ask myself is, how does this plaintiff know the address of Jeffrey's mansion in Manhattan? Like, does anybody else wonder things like that? Like, if I'm just randomly making some shit up about a really, really rich person, how do I, because it's not like, no, it's not, Scotty boy. It's not public information. You know better than that. You know that it's not public information. That's just ridiculous. No, it's not. Nobody's doing a celebrity tour and saying, oh, by the way, in New York, this is where Jeffrey lives. You know better, Scotty. This ain't Hollywood where you're going to ride on a double decker and go through the hills and see so-and-so's house is over here and so-and-so's house is over here. Because Donald Trump tells you where he lives in New York. Jeffrey didn't tell people where he lived. Yeah, that's what I thought. Great. So this particular plaintiff is giving the exact same address that the grand jury indicted on in 2019. Okay. Well, he might be able to tell you, Sin, because it's in the court documents, right? He might be able to tell you because it's in the court documents. During this period, the plaintiff was a minor of age 13 and was legally incapable under New York law of consenting to sexual acts and other contact detailed in this court document. That is under New York Penal Legislation 130.053A. The grapes in the first, second, and third degrees, the sexual misconduct, the criminal essays in the first, second, and third degrees, sexual abuse in the first, second, and third degrees, and forcible interaction, and on information and belief, predatory SA detailed herein are unlawful under New York law, New York Penal Code 130.20-130.52 and 130.55-130.665, and on information and belief 130.95, and constitutes the torts of inter alia, which is assault, battery, false imprisonment, and intentional or reckless infliction of emotional distress, including threats of force and serious bodily harm under New York law. In addition, 18 U.S. Code 2255 provides plaintiff with a civil remedy for personal injuries because plaintiff, while a minor, was a victim of violations of 18 U.S.C. 1591, 2421, 2422B, and 2423A, and she suffered personal injury as a result of such violations. Now, this is a big deal because did you remember the first code that I just read? USC 1591, right? So what I need to pull up real quickly, the last indictment that I just read to you, which was the grand jury indictment for Jeffrey. Do you remember what code it said? It said Title 18 U.S. Code 1591A and B2. So the same code that appears in the grand jury indictment that came down in 2019 for Jeffrey at this same residence has the same law referenced. That same law is referenced in this civil case filed by a plaintiff that says these actions occurred at that same residence as well. Okay? Same code, same residence, similar age. Declaration of Plaintiff John Doe, Exhibit A, hereto. Declaration of Tiffany Doe, Exhibit B, hereto. Declaration of Joan Doe, Exhibit C, hereto. Jane Doe, Tiffany Doe, and Joan Doe are each pseudonyms as each woman wishes anonymity. So we are talking about 3 people that are providing evidence for this court case. And remember, this court case, the allegations are the defendants in this court case are listed as Donnie and Jeffrey. Tiffany Doe, a witness, was an employee of Jeffrey. Exhibit B. Joan Doe, a witness, was a childhood classmate of the plaintiff who, in the 1994 and 95 school year, was told by the plaintiff that the plaintiff was subject to sexual contact by the defendants both at parties in New York City during the summer of 1994. Yes, baby. Yes, you may. I'm at the bottom of page 3. This is point 8. Courts have discretion to allow proceeding anonymously where the need for privacy outweighs the public's interest in knowing their identity and any prejudice to the defendants. Sealed plaintiff versus sealed defendant, 537 F3D 185 189, Second Circuit 2008. This litigation involves matters that are highly sensitive and of a personal nature, and identification of plaintiff would pose a risk of retaliatory physical harm to her and to others, which in fact did occur. Exhibit A, all of the 10 factors that the Second Circuit articulated as relevant to this analysis favor anonymity, especially factors 1 through 4, 7, and 10. So factors 1 and 2, for example, say, quote, whether the litigation involves matters that are, quote, highly sensitive and of a personal nature, and, quote, whether identification poses a risk of retaliatory physical or mental harm to the party seeking to proceed anonymously, or even more critically, to innocent non-parties. Yes, baby. You want some of what? Okay, go get it.
I don't eat it, you know.
Well, Bella, will you help your sister? She said, I can't reach it, you know. Or are neutral with respect to anonymity. Y'all just don't know. Oh, she's so funny. Here, let me help you. So you don't. Okay, girl. Just put it on the table. I'll put it back. She is. Yes, I will open it. Uncle Doug said hi, guys. Okay, here. Here you go. Cal should have seen it the first time she saw the ocean. She wasn't too sure about it. And then I took her all the way down to it, and she was walking away, and she said, Tutu, that water big. I said, yes, it is. All right. So point 9, which is at the top of, Renee, it is at the top of page 4 of this, of the court document. Point 9 says, plaintiff was enticed by promises of money and a modeling career to attend a series of parties with other similarly situated minor females held at a New York City residence that was being used by defendant Jeffrey. Now hold on. I want to make a point here. You ready? Shit. Hold on, y'all. So I want you all to remember that in 1999, so this is alleging to have happened in 1994. Oh my God. Hold on a second. Jesus Christ. I have to connect the dots. It's so important to connect the dots, okay? In September of 1991, there was a large private yacht cruising around the Statue of Liberty. Are you listening? There were a ton of teenage girls in evening dresses and miniskirts, some as young as 14, dancing around. And there were a ton of older men all around them. Many of them old enough to be the girls' fathers or grandfathers. Some of those men joined them on the dance floor. Some of them joined them on the dance floor really close to those girls. One balding man in a suit wrapped his arms around 2 of those girls, leering into a film camera that was documenting the evening, and said, quote, "Can you get some beautiful women around me, please?" End quote. These girls were referred to as models. This party on this private yacht was on something called the Spirit of New York. That was the name of the event. That was the name of the yacht. And it was attended by a then 45-year-old Donnie. There were 58 aspiring young models that were there. They had traveled from around the world to compete in Elite's Look of the Year competition, which was an annual event that had been running since 1983. It was credited with launching the careers of Cindy Crawford and Helena Christensen and Stephanie Seymour. And the life-changing prize was a $150,000 contract with the world's then leading modeling agency, which was Elite Model Management, which was run by John Casablancas. So the reason why I bring this up to you is this is really important, okay? At that time, Donnie was very heavily involved in the competition. In 1991, he was a headline sponsor, throwing open the Plaza, which was his chateau style hotel overlooking Central Park, and transformed it into the main venue, accommodating the young models. He was also one of the 10 judges. In 1992, he hosted the competition again. Okay. And again, in early September of that year, there were another group of contestants on that same yacht in 1992, right? Some of the girls on that boat. So one girl was named Shauna Lee. She was 14 years old from a small town outside of Toronto. She gave, for this interview, she recalled how contestants were encouraged to parade downstairs one by one, dance for Donnie, dance for Casablancas, and others. She was in school for the first time, and she said, quote, "A woman at the agency was pushing me. I said to her, I don't see why me going down the stairs and dancing in front of those two has anything to do with me becoming a model." Quote, end quote. And the woman said, quote, "No, you look great. Take off your blazer and go and do it," end quote. So then she says, "So I walked down the stairs. I didn't dance. I blew a kiss at them, spun around and walked away," end quote. So the reason why I'm telling you this, because I want to connect the dots, okay? Not because I'm saying that correlation equals causation, because I'm not. I do think that circumstantial events should be brought out so that people can see if there are any connections. Does that make sense? So, follow. I first read to you the grand jury indictment of Jeffrey, which referenced a particular house in Manhattan that was his residence, where he essayed minor girls and recruited, got other girls to recruit minor girls, all the things, right? And now I'm reading to you a second court case that references that same exact residence, with a victim, with a plaintiff who claims to have been 13 years old at the time, and the time was the summer of 1994. And she says that the thing that lured her there was the promise of becoming a model, having a modeling career and making money. That's what she says lured her there. So that's what she says happened in 1994. And in 1991 and 1992, Donnie sponsored this huge event for Elite Modeling Agency, Elite Modeling, right? Where girls were competing for a modeling contract. He had 58 teen girls on a boat, the Spirit of New York, which he attended along with 50 other grown men, where, according to one of the girls in attendance for the 92 event, they were asked to go down the stairs, dance in front of Donnie and Casablancas and other men. And this was part of them coming for this modeling competition. So that was in 91 and 92. And then this girl is claiming that this happens to her in 94. And she's lured there, she says, with the promise of a modeling career and money. In 1999, Donnie forms his own modeling agency. So I just needed to put these dates together so that everybody can see a timeline. In 91 and 92, 94, these allegations. She's saying that these things happen. 99, he starts his own modeling agency. Okay. I just need to put the whole timeline together for you. Okay. Point 9. Plaintiff was enticed by promises of money and a modeling career to attend a series of parties with other similarly situated minor females held at a New York City residence that was being used by defendant Jeffrey. At least 4 of the parties were attended by defendant Donnie. Exhibits A and B. On information and belief, by this time in 1994, defendant Donnie had known defendant Jeffrey for 7 years. And that comes from the 2002 article where Donnie gives this interview and he says that he's known him for 15 years at that point. So that's where they get that time frame. And that's the interview where he calls him a terrific guy, right? And then he says, quote, he's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life, end quote. And the allegation is that they knew that the plaintiff was then just 13 years old, and there are exhibits. Okay. Point 10 in this court document on page 4 says, defendant Donnie initiated schmexual contact with the plaintiff at 4 different parties. On the 4th and final schmexual encounter with defendant Donnie tied plaintiff to a bed, exposed himself, and then proceeded to, according to this court document, forcibly grape the plaintiff. And I'm reading the court document, you all. This is not my opinion. I'm reading a court document that was filed, okay? During the course of this savage sexual attack, plaintiff loudly pleaded with defendant Donnie to stop, but with no effect. Defendant Donnie responded to plaintiff's pleas by violently striking plaintiff in face with an open hand and screaming that he would do whatever he wanted. Point 11. Immediately following this grape, defendant Donnie threatened plaintiff that were she ever to reveal any of the details of the encounter and abuse of her by the defendant, Donnie, she and her family would be physically harmed, if not unalived. Point 12. Defendant Jeffrey had sexual contact with the plaintiff at 2 of the 3 parties. The second encounter with defendant Jeffrey took place after the defendant had been graped by defendant Donnie. Defendant Jeffrey forced himself upon plaintiff and proceeded to grape her both ways, despite her pleas to stop. Defendant Jeffrey then attempted to strike the plaintiff about the head with his closed fist while he angrily screamed at plaintiff that he, rather than defendant Donnie, should have been the one to take her virginity. Before plaintiff finally managed to break free. So this court document, we end up finding out who this person is after this is filed in court. And in a minute, I am going to, so I read this when this was filed. I don't know how people did not read this when this was filed. But here we go. The threats of violence, yes. Yes. This document, Katrina, is a civil document. The statute of limitations would have run out by the time this plaintiff filed this. No, these are not the files. No, no, Laura, this is just a court case. So, and there are several of them out there that you all can read. I'm going to get to several of them for you today. Okay. Point 14 on page 5 of this court filing. While still under threats of physical harm by coming forward and having no reason to believe that threats had ever been lifted or would ever be lifted, plaintiff, who has suffered from stress, emotional duress, mental pain, and suffering, among other problems, ever since the assaults, was subjected to daily painful reminders of the horrific acts of one of the perpetrators, defendant Donnie, via mass media coverage of him starting on or about June 16th of 2015, that over a short period of time became continuous and unavoidable. So yes, they were threatened until they dropped this case. You are correct. So I'm telling you guys, so listen, this person did not file a criminal case at the time that it occurred in 1994. Okay? They did not do that. They were never going to file the case until it became every day that defendant Donnie was in their fucking living room because of the media. Yes, baby. Are you kidding me? Mila Ann. Bree, can you help? I would rather not yell it. No. Okay. So, Scotty, here's what I would say for you. If you would like to go over the court documents and additional material the way that you would like to, what I would recommend is that you start your own live, Scotty. That's what I would recommend that you do. Right? That you have the same opportunity that I do. Great. I love that for you then. Point 15, page 5 says, as a direct and proximate results of the essays and grapes perpetrated by defendants upon her, plaintiff has suffered stress, emotional distress, mental pain and suffering, as well as adverse physical consequences. Point 16, as a direct and proximate result of the essays and grapes perpetrated by the defendants upon her, plaintiff has suffered physical pain and suffering. Okay. Yeah, this isn't like a debate about like, I think the sky is baby blue. I think the sky is cadet blue. That's not what we're doing. What I'm reading specifically is a court document, right? That the plaintiff filed, right? And the defendants had an opportunity to say whatever they had to say. One of these defendants says the same thing about every allegation made about them, that it's a hoax, that it's a witch hunt, that it never happened, and that it was political weaponization. That's what this one defendant says about this allegation, about the E. Jean Carroll allegation, in which that defendant was found liable, right? So here's what I will say, right? Is that if the same person gets 27 allegations that are all similar in nature over decades, right? Then it is going to, and everything is, everyone is lying except that person. When the person said out of their own mouth, I kiss people without their permission, I grab them by the vajayjay without the permission, I don't give a shit what that person has to say. I believe her because there are 26 or 7 hers. And the defendant has already told me out of his mouth that he essays women. That's what he said. He said, this is what I do. He said, this is what I do, and they let me get away with it. So I give a shit less what he says today about a political witch hunt. I could care less. I've read the 1997 court document against him. Have you, Scotty boy? Have you read the 1997 court document against him? Because I have, Scotty boy. You can miss me with that bullshit. Yes, baby. Let's get something else. I don't know what yet. Do you want a sandwich? You want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Okay. Or you want Auntie Bree to make some noodles? Okay. I'm just saying. There are only a few things that will. Yeah, I did, Doug. Yeah, and let me just, and I'm going to go there in just a second. Allie, I am going to go to Ivana. So, because it was in their divorce documents in her deposition where Ivana Trump outlines him graping her in the divorce deposition. In case you missed that. I don't think his wife got it wrong. I just, call me crazy, but a wife, 27 different people, and his own comments, I will believe it all. I believe it. Because that is what he said he does. So, back to this court document, Scotty boy. Point 17, as a direct and proximate result of the essays and grapes perpetrated by the defendants upon her, the plaintiff has been subjected to public scorn, hatred, and ridicule, and has suffered threats against her life and physical safety. Point 18 of this court document, as a direct and proximate result of the essays and grapes perpetrated by the defendants upon her, plaintiff has incurred special damages, including medical and legal expenses. Point 19, the essays and grapes perpetrated by defendants upon plaintiff were intentional acts. Point 20, the conduct of defendants demonstrates willful, reckless, and intentional conduct that raises a conscious indifference to consequences. Point 21, at the appropriate time in this litigation, plaintiff shall amend her complaint to assert a claim for punitive damages, which I wish she did, against the defendants in order to punish defendants for their actions and to deter defendants from repeating their conduct. Tolling a statute of limitations. Point 22, bottom of page 6. Any statute of limitations applicable to grape, sexual misconduct, criminal sexual acts, SA, forcible touch, assault, battery, intentional and reckless infliction of emotional distress, false imprisonment of a minor, if any, is told owing to the continuous and active duress imposed upon plaintiff by defendants that effectively robbed the plaintiff of her free will to commence legal action until the present time. And they cite the court cases for that. More particularly, plaintiff was unrelentingly threatened by each defendant that were she to ever reveal any of the details of the sexual and physical abuse caused to her by the defendants, plaintiff and her family would be physically harmed, if not unalived. The duress has not terminated, and the fear has not subsided. The duress is an element of or inherent in the underlying causes of action complained of herein. The duress and coercion exerted by defendants has been such as to have actually deprived plaintiff of her freedom of will to institute suit earlier in time, and it rose to such a level that a person of reasonable firmness in plaintiff's situation would have been unable to resist. Point 23, both defendants let plaintiff know that each was a very wealthy, powerful man and indicated that they had the power, ability, and means to carry out their threats. Indeed, defendant Donnie stated that the plaintiff shouldn't ever say anything if she didn't want to disappear like Maria, a 12-year-old that was forced to be involved in the third incident with defendant Donnie, and that plaintiff had not seen since the third incident, and that he was capable of having her whole family unalived. These are according to the court documents. These are the allegations. Let me be clear. These are allegations in the court documents. Point 24. The duress, you can. The duress had prevented, she wants a PB&J. The duress had preventive, I did say 12, had prevented plaintiff from starting litigation before this year. However, as soon as she surfaced, she received threats. More specifically, shortly after her first complaint was filed in California on April 26th of 2016, she started receiving threatening phone calls on her cell phone. Point 25. Defendants are equitably stopped from arguing any statute of limitations has not been told, as defendants wrongfully forced plaintiff to refrain from timely commencing this action by threats, duress, and other misconduct. 26, top of page 8. Moreover, this action has been brought before the facts giving rise to the estopped have ceased to be operational, i.e., while still under threats of physical harm, by coming forward and having no reason to believe that the threats have ever been lifted or would ever be lifted. And since plaintiff has decided to seek redress at this time, plaintiff seeks an order of protection in favor of plaintiff and all associated with her, so as to protect them from harm and harassment from defendants and their agents and associates. Exhibit A. Now, the claim was, like I told you, that this was a political hit job, that it wasn't whatever. And what they outlined in this case is why the plaintiff waited this long. Because in 2015, she began to see his face every day on television with no stop, right? It was nonstop and still continues to be nonstop coverage of defendant Donnie, right? And people have to understand that it's the same thing that happened with Dr. Ford, with Kavanaugh, right? There comes a time when, appreciate you, Cam. There comes a time with victims where the cause is greater than your desire to stay in the shadows. It becomes more important. Let me tell you something that I know about victims, okay? Many victims will come forward in order to protect others, right, in a way that they would not come forward for themselves. I don't know if this makes sense. A lot of times a victim will come forward in an effort to protect other people when they would not have done it for themselves. Because for them, they're just like, I would rather suffer in silence than to have the ridicule and to have whatever and to what, right? But that moral injury occurs. And because no one was there to protect them, no one was there to warn them, they step forward to warn other people, especially when those people are being put in even bigger positions where they could do more harm. Okay. Point 27. Right, Lisa, you stood up to protect your niece. Point 27 covers defamation. So remember, this is the second suit. This one was the one filed in New York. There was one filed before this one in California. Point 27 says, on information and belief, on or about April 28, 2016, defendant Donnie provided the following statement to American Media, Inc. and or Radar Online, LLC for publication on at least their website, radaronline.com, regarding plaintiff's complaint, EDCV 16-797-DMG KSX. That's the California suit that was filed in the United States District Court for the Central District of California. And hold on, Shay. So after the California suit is filed, this is the statement that defendant Donnie put out. Quote, the allegations are not categorically false. The allegations are not categorically false, but disgusting at the highest level and clearly framed to solicit media attention, or perhaps are simply politically motivated. There is absolutely no merit to these allegations, period, end quote. They said they're not categorically false, but are. But so this is the way, so me, the way that I would, well, no, they are, but it doesn't stop there, y'all. Listen, what they should have said is the allegations are not only categorically false. I'm sorry, did I say are not categorically? Jesus, let me read it again, y'all. Sorry. Let me read it again. Quote, the allegations, yeah. Listen, my eyes read what I know. Sorry, y'all. My eyes read what my head was thinking. The brain does funny things. Good Lord. Quote, the allegations are not only categorically false, but disgusting at the highest level and clearly framed to solicit media attention, or perhaps are simply politically motivated. There is absolutely no merit to these allegations, period, end quote. The statement provided for publication by defendant Donnie was published by said website and has been republished elsewhere in whole or in part numerous times. And similar statements of an attorney for defendant Donnie were also published, including on September 22nd, 2016, by Courthouse News Service. The statements provided for publication by defendant Donnie and his agent and that were published by said websites are false as they pertain to the plaintiff. The published statements are libelous on their face and clearly expose plaintiff to hatred, contempt, ridicule, and obloquy, which is true. Like, this is what happened to her. And if you're wondering, yes, I'm going to play the fucking interview. Yes, I am. Page 9. Almost done with this complaint, you guys. It's point 29. As a proximate result of the above described publications, plaintiff has suffered loss of her reputation, shame, mortification, and injury to her feelings, all to her damage in an amount to be established by proof at trial. Point 30. The above described publications were not privileged because they were published by defendant Donnie and his agent with malice, hatred, and ill will toward plaintiff and the desire to injure her. Point 31. As a direct and proximate result of defendant Donnie's defamation of plaintiff, plaintiff has been subjected to public scorn, hatred, and ridicule, and has suffered other injury. Prayer for relief. Bottom of page 9. Wherefore, plaintiff prays for judgment against defendants and for the following relief. A, that judgment be entered against the defendants for special damages, compensatory damages, and punitive damages in an amount which shall be shown to be reasonable and just by the evidence and in excess of $75,000 exclusive of interest and costs. B, that all costs of this actions be assessed against defendants, including all reasonable attorney fees, costs, and expenses of this action. Point C, that an order of protection in favor of the plaintiff and all associated with her be issued so as to protect them from harm and harassment from defendants and their agents and associates. Point D, such other and further relief as the court may deem just and proper. And the plaintiff demands a trial by jury of all issues properly triable by jury in this action. So let me just tell y'all something. The fact that the plaintiff is asking for a trial by jury tells me, the way my mama would say it is, she's loaded and ready for bear, right? When she says, no, I want a trial by jury, she's not fucking around, right? So, let me see if I can get to this other part. So, I'm actually going to read you her declaration. You guys ready? Okay. You guys with me? Everybody okay? All right. I know it's a lot and I know it's heavy. It says, I, Jane Doe, the plaintiff in this matter, proceeding under a pseudonym, state as follows. Number 1, I am a competent adult over 18 years of age, able to testify as to personal knowledge. The facts in this declaration are true and correct to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, and I am competent to testify to them if called upon to do so. Point 2, I was subject to extreme sexual and physical abuse by the defendants, including forcible rape that took place at several parties of defendant Jeffrey during the summer of 1994 in New York City at a residence used by defendant Jeffrey. During this period, I was 13 years old. Point 3, more particularly, I traveled by bus to New York City in June 1994 in the hope of starting a modeling career. I went to several modeling agencies, but was told that I needed to put together a modeling portfolio before I would be considered. I then went to the Port Authority in New York City to start to make my way back home. There, I met a woman who introduced herself to me as Tiffany. She told me about the parties and said that if I would join her at the parties, I would be introduced to people who could get me into the modeling profession. Tiffany also told me I would be paid for attending. Point 4, the parties were held at a New York City residence that was being used by defendant Jeffrey. Each of the parties had other minor females and a number of guests of Mr. Jeffrey, including defendant Donnie, at 4 of the parties I attended. I understood that both Mr. Jeffrey and Mr. Donnie knew that I was 13 years old. Defendant Donnie had sexual contact with me at 4 different parties in the summer of 1994. On the 4th and final encounter with Defendant Donnie tied me to a bed, exposed himself to me, and then proceeded to forcibly grape me. During the course of this savage sexual attack, I loudly pleaded with Defendant Donnie to stop, but he did not. Defendant Donnie responded to my pleas by violently striking me in the face with his open hand and screaming that he would do whatever he wanted. Point 6. Immediately following this grape, Defendant Donnie threatened me that, were I ever to reveal any of the details of Defendant Donnie's sexual and physical abuse of me, my family and I would be physically harmed, if not unalived. Point 7. Defendant Jeffrey had sexual contact with me at 2 of the parties that summer. On the second occasion involving Defendant Johnny forced himself upon me and proceeded to grape me both ways. Despite my loud pleas to stop, Defendant Jeffrey then attempted to strike me about the head with his closed fist while he angrily screamed at me that he, Defendant Jeffrey, should have been the one who took my should have been the first, not Defendant Donnie, before I finally managed to break away from Defendant Jeffrey. That was a good one, Righteous Flowers. Thank you. Point 8. Immediately following this grape, just like Defendant Donnie, Defendant Jeffrey threatened me not to ever reveal any of the details of Defendant Jeffrey's abuse of me, or else my family and I would be physically harmed, if not unalived. Point 9. Both defendants had let me know that each was a very wealthy, powerful man and indicated that they had the power, ability, and means to carry out their threats. Indeed, Defendant Donnie stated that I shouldn't ever say anything if I didn't want to disappear like Maria, a 12-year-old female that was forced to be involved in the 3rd incident with Defendant Donnie, and that I had not seen since that 3rd incident, and that he was capable of having my whole family unalived. 10. The duress imposed upon me by defendants not to ever reveal any of the details of this abuse caused to me by the defendants has not terminated, and the fear it has instilled in me has not subsided. Unfortunately, making matters worse for me, I was subjected to daily painful reminders of the horrible acts of Defendant Donnie via mass media coverage of him starting last summer that over a short period of time became continuous and unavoidable. The duress that had prevented me from starting a litigation before this, the duress had prevented me from starting litigation before this year. However, as soon as I surfaced, I received threats. More specifically, shortly after my first complaint was filed in California on April 26, 2016, I started receiving threatening phone calls on a cell phone I then owned. The calls were never for more than 20 seconds or so before they hung up, and they were always from a blocked or unavailable number according to my caller ID feature. Since I changed phone numbers, the threatening calls have completely stopped. Point 12. This litigation involves matters that are highly sensitive and of a personal nature, and I believe that identification of me would pose a risk of retaliatory physical harm to me and to others. Point 13. I have no reason to believe that the defendant's threats have ever been lifted or will ever be lifted, and so I request that the court issue an order protecting me and my family from harm and harassment by the defendants. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. Dated June 18th, 2016. Jane Doe, a pseudonym. Joan Doe, a pseudonym. This is her declaration. I, Joan Doe, a pseudonym, state as follows. I am a competent adult over 18 years of age, able to testify as to personal knowledge. The facts in this declaration are true and correct to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, and I am competent to testify to them if called upon to do so. Point 2. In the 1994-95 school year, I was told by the plaintiff in Jane Doe versus Donnie and Jeffrey that the plaintiff was subjected to sexual contact by the defendants at parties in New York City during the summer of 1994. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. Declaration in support of plaintiff's request for protective order. This is the one that I find really important because this is the person who worked for Jeffrey. This is the person that recruited her, right? So listen, and if you remember in the indictment that I just read to you on Jeffrey, right, from the grand jury in 2019, they refer to employees 1, employees 2, employees 3, and they refer to the employee 1 that was based in New York. I don't know if these are the same, right? But here's what she says. I, Tiffany Doe, a pseudonym, state as follows. 1, I am a competent adult over 18 years of age, able to testify as to personal knowledge. The facts in this declaration are true and correct to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, and I am competent to testify to them if called upon to do so. 2, I originally met Jeffrey in New York City in 1990 when I was the age of 22. I attended a series of parties in that same year of 1990 where I was paid to entertain various guests of Jeffrey. Point 3, in the year 1991, I was promoted to the occupation of party planner, in which my duties were to get attractive adolescent women to attend these parties. Point 4, I was hired by and paid directly by Jeffrey from the years of 1991 through 2000 to attract adolescent women to attend these parties, most of which were held at what is known as the Wexner Mansion, located at 9 East 71st Street in New York City. Point 5, in June 1994, while performing my duties as a recruiter of adolescent women to attend Jeffrey's parties, I met a 13-year-old adolescent woman. I think it's interesting, her cognitive dissonance, where she still says, I met a 13-year-old adolescent woman. Like you can't meet a 13-year-old adolescent woman. You can meet a 13-year-old adolescent girl. You cannot meet a 13-year-old adolescent woman. She says, I met a 13-year-old adolescent woman, the plaintiff in this matter, at the Port Authority in New York City, who said that she had come to New York City in the hope of starting a modeling career. Point 6, I persuaded the plaintiff to attend a series of parties of Jeffrey's that took place during the summer of 1994. I told her that if she would join me at the party, she would be introduced to people who could get her into the modeling profession, and she would be paid for attending. Point 7, it was at these parties, these series of parties, that I personally witnessed the plaintiff being forced to perform various sexual acts with Donnie and Jeffrey. Both Donnie and Jeffrey were advised that she was 13 years old. I personally witnessed 4 sexual encounters that the plaintiff was forced to have with Mr. Donnie during this period, including the 4th of these encounters where Donnie forcibly graped her despite her pleas to stop. Point 9, I personally witnessed one occasion where Donnie forced the plaintiff and a 12-year-old female named Maria perform oral on Donnie and witnessed his physical abuse of both minors when they finished the act. Point 10, I personally witnessed and was made immediately aware of the 2 occasions where my boss, Jeffrey, attempted to grape and schmotto the plaintiff. I personally witnessed Jeffrey essay and physically abuse other minor females even younger than her. Point 11. It was my job to personally witness and supervise encounters between the underage girls that Jeffrey hired and his guests. I personally witnessed Donnie physically threaten the life and well-being of the plaintiff. I personally witnessed Jeffrey physically threaten. I personally witnessed defendant Donnie telling the plaintiff she shouldn't ever say anything if she didn't want to disappear like Maria. After leaving the employment of Jeffrey in the year 2000, I was personally threatened by Jeffrey that I would be unalived and my family as well if I ever disclosed any of the physical and essay of minor females that I had personally witnessed by Jeffrey or any of his guests. 16. I am coming forward to swear to the truthfulness of the physical and sexual abuse that I personally witnessed of minor females at the hands of Donnie and Jeffrey, including the plaintiff, during the time of my employment from the years of 1990 through 2000 for Jeffrey. I swear to these facts under penalty of perjury, even though I fully understand that the life of myself and my family is now in grave danger. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. Dated June 18th, 2016. This was not a criminal prosecution. This was a civil case filed by the plaintiff. So that's important. This is the part where I'm definitely going to need give me 1 second. Ooh, wow. Okay. I'm going to try to do these. All right, give me a second. Yes, baby. Oh, you need your sandwich now? Auntie Bree didn't get it? Okay. Can you bring it for me? Thank you. Yeah, baby. If you'll bring it to me, I'll make it while I sit right here. She doesn't. I don't know if she wants that. No, there's a big thing of creamy, baby. The big jar that's right beside it should be creamy. Thank you. I cut it myself last night. As you can see, it's real short now on my sides and back. Okay, let me get to this part. What, baby? What, baby? Yeah, it'll say fruit spread. It won't say jelly. It says fruit spread, and it's probably going to say blackberry. There might be a grape one too. Yeah, but does it say these are all they'll be in my link tree when I'm done. They'll be in my link tree when I'm done. Y'all give me okay. Yes, this one is, but hold on 1 second, Laura. Yeah, it is. Hold on, y'all. My baby needs a sandwich. Hold on. Baby girl. Oh, Give me a second, guys. Okay, sugar butt. Do you want to get some of the chips that Tutu got? They're in there. Yeah, this is the one we want. What, baby? Yep. Yep. I got you. I know you really like Lay's potato chips, girl. I know you do. All right. Here, let me make you a sandwich. Okay, now, folks, I'm going to try this, but I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to play the entire thing because I don't want TikTok to get me. You know, TikTok doesn't always like everything. Girl, this hair is wild. Yeah, bring me a paper towel. I just bought new paper towels. Yeah, baby. Or a napkin that I had. There's napkins right there on the coffee table, sis. Yeah, I know, Jazzy. I know. So what I think I'm gonna do is instead of playing the video, what I might do is I might just have to I'm gonna see. Oh, thanks, Cam. I'm just gonna feed my baby. For those of y'all who are new to me, these are actually, I have 3 grandchildren. They are with me a lot. My daughter works 2 jobs, and so they are with me quite a bit. And so life doesn't well, thank you, beautiful. I am not yeah, this is going to be just the audio, but it's going to be based on like what words she uses. You know what I'm saying? That's the part that I'm concerned about. And so anyway, yeah. So listen, for the person who said that, I started having youngins like at 21, and my oldest is 30. So 30. Are you're 30, right? She's in town visiting. She's 30. Damn, did you turn 31 this year? Girl, you did. She turned 31. She got her headphones on. She can't hear me. So yeah. So yeah, no, I am not mid-30s. I had to think about like, damn, how old is my child? But anyway, so yes, I have 3 G babies. All right. So damn. Did you turn? All right. So here you go, sissy. Do you want me to cut your crust off? Yeah. I know, Cam. Well, I appreciate y'all. I am not anywhere near. And listen, I would be willing to go back to my 40s. I would never want to go back to my 30s or my 20s. I didn't get really smart until about 40. Like, shoo-wee. I was still crazy as hell up until then. I had not properly dealt with my trauma. And that's real talk. Like, I'm laughing, but I'm dead ass serious. Listen, I did not have the skills that I currently have to deal with trauma. I did not. So there you go, love. So I'm just being honest. And I'll tell you this, I don't let anybody shame me for my crazy. And I'll tell you why. The person that I was back then did the best she could based on who she was and what she knew at the time. Right? If I would have known how to really do better, I would have done better. Right? But I didn't. So it is what it is. Right? We do what we can based on who we are and what we know at the time. And it doesn't always look like people think it should. All right. So all right. So this document that I have just pulled up. Oof. Oh, stop it. Okay, there we go. Right. You know what you know. And let me just say this for those of y'all who are new to me, you might not have ever heard me say this, right? There's a difference between knowing in your head and knowing. So, like, I can know that I need to do something different, and I can even know the steps of what I think I need to do. But if I don't know in my spirit and in my soul, if I don't know that I'm safe to do those things, if I don't know that I can do those things without further trauma, like if I don't know it here, you're not going to be able to do it. And that's the difference, right? It's not knowing. Because listen, if it was only about knowing here, we would all be healthy. We'd all be like burning more calories than we take in. We'd all be eating our fruits and vegetables. Like if it was only about knowing, but it ain't. It's about knowing, right? Just saying. Okay, tech lady. Remember that if I'm not, you can always rewatch on YouTube or on the Book of Faces. Okay. Okay. So I want to. Let me minimize this one. I have so many court documents up right now. Because I'm a believer in those things. I really am. This is. What did I just find? Oh, I didn't mean to find this one. This will be saved for reading later. Sorry. Hold on. Okay. Okay. So I want the actual, that's what I want. Is this it? It is. I love a good court document. I swear. I nerd out. I nerd out on good court documents. I really do. So here's what I want from this one. Shut up, y'all. I know it's okay. All right. This is, I just want to see if this was what it affirmation, under penalty of law, blah, 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 blah. Yes, I know. Can you show it to me, please? So I don't know if you all know that in order to get Ivana Trump's divorce deposition, right? In order to get that, the New York Times actually filed a motion in court to have it unsealed. And they filed that to have it unsealed because he was trying to become the president in 2016. And they talked about the need for the public to know what she was saying. And so that is where this came from, just so you all know. So the Daily Beast had done a story from the biography of Trump, right? And it had statements from Michael Cohen, right, who said that in Ivana's deposition testimony, she accused Donnie of grape, right? And he was quoted as saying that, quote, by the very definition, you can't grape your spouse, end quote. Now, listen, I need you all to remember that that is the very same thing that Pete Hegseth's pastor, Doug, and his wife, they both said the same thing. So the church that Pete Hegseth goes to also has a school that his children attend. And their belief is that if you're married to someone, you cannot be graped. I guess because you belong to that person, I think. That's their thing. Hold on, I need to see this part real quick. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, that's literally what they believe. Did I just click this one? I know. Come on. So, listen, I want to tell you what was said. So in her original divorce deposition, Ivana Trump said that after Donnie's scalp reduction surgery, that he pushed her to the floor, pulled out handfuls of her hair, and that he graped her. Right? That's what she said. He pushed her to the floor, pulled out hunks of her hair, and then graped her. In 1993, she walked back that statement and she said, quote, "On one occasion during 1989, Mr. Trump and I had marital relations in which he behaved very differently towards me than he had during our marriage. As a woman, I felt violated. I referred to this as a grape, but I do not want my words to be interpreted in a literal or criminal sense." Now, that was her quote. I'm reading to you Ivana Trump's quote. In 1993, this is her statement. On one occasion during 1989, Mr. Trump and I had marital relations in which he behaved very differently towards me than he had during our marriage. As a woman, I felt violated. I referred to this as a grape, but I do not want my word to be interpreted in a literal or criminal sense. So sorry guys, but I just 100% believe her. I just believe exactly what she said happened. I just do. I believe her, and Katie Johnson and all the others, which reminds me, this is another one I need to pull up for you. I think this is the one I want. So this is the one. It's called Jill Harth. Are you guys familiar with Jill Harth's lawsuit? Yes? No? Okay. So, okay, that's hers. It's sad that I have to pull up so many different court documents. So, okay, I will, if you guys are good with it, I will 100% read this document to you as well. You ready? You never heard of it? All right. Well, this is Jill Harth Harani. She's the plaintiff. This was filed in 1997. The reason why I'm going to share this with you is because they want to say that they want to say that, you know, anything that was done in 2016 is because of, you know, politics, and it's political, and it's this and it's that. Penny GF, that's not a real violation. TikTok doesn't put them in the comments. That's somebody in the chat who doesn't like the information that I'm providing. But the reality is that what I'm doing is reading to you court documents, right? Thank you, Titus. And so people don't have to like the fact that I am giving you court documents, but that's 100% what I'm giving is court documents, and that's it, right? So I don't control court documents. I do read them though. That I do. They are matter of public record. And so here we go. Let me get this one up for you. All right. So this court document is from, and let me do this over here. I forget that I can show you guys. All right. So folks over there on YouTube and the Book of Faces and Substack, you can see the document. TikTok, I will put the link in the link tree. Okay. So Jill Harth Harani versus, and there are 3 defendants in this case. John, I'm not on my laptop. I'm on my phone because I have a Mac, and TikTok Studio doesn't work on Mac. So this action is brought pursuant to 42 USC 1985-2-3, 42 USC 1986, 9th and 13th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. The jurisdiction is founded on 28 USC 1331, 1332, and 1343, 3 and 4 on the basis of diversity of citizenship. I also want to remind you, the 3 defendants in this court case are Donnie, Nick Ribis, and Roger Wagner. Those are the 3 defendants on in this case. It was filed in court April 30th, 1997 at 3:19 p.m. It was filed in U.S. District Court. The complaint, they are demanding a jury trial. Okay. The plaintiff is a resident of the state of Florida, and the defendant is a resident of the state of New York, and defendants Ribis and Wagner are residents of the state of New Jersey. Plaintiff invokes the pendent jurisdiction of this court pursuant to 28 USC 1367 to adjudicate state law claims as to violations of the state of New York Civil Rights Law, Section 40C, the laws and Constitution of the state of Florida, prima facie tort sounding in quote unquote outrageous conduct, defamation, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. The plaintiff, Jill Harth Harani, is a citizen of the state of Florida and resides at, and I'm not giving her address. The defendant, Donnie, at all times hereinafter mentioned, is a citizen of the state of New York and resides at whatever. Defendant is being sued in defendant's individual capacity. The defendant, Nick Ribis, at all times hereinafter mentioned, is a citizen of the state of New Jersey and resides in New Jersey. Defendant Ribis, who is in charge of defendant's casino interest in Atlantic City, is being sued in defendant's individual capacity. The defendant, Roger Wagner, at all times hereinafter mentioned, is a citizen of the state of New Jersey and resides at 93, well, whatever, I'm not saying that. Formerly president of the Trump Castle Casino in Atlantic City, New Jersey, is being sued in his individual capacity. Please make sure I'm reading the right case. Y'all, I've read so many. Hold on. I want to make sure I'm reading the right one. Appreciate you guys for subscribing and for gifting subscriptions. Oh, yeah, here we go. I'm just going to read it. Statement of facts. Point 7 says, On or about December 11th, 1992, which 1992 is also the year that he's hosting the Elite Modeling Agency event competition and is on the Spirit of New York private yacht with all the teenage girls. I just want to give you make sure that we connect these dates. That was in September of 1992 and September of 1991. This is December 11th of 1992. The plaintiff accompanied George Harani to make a business presentation to defendant Donnie. So this is her husband with regard to the American Dream Festival. At the American Dream Festival is an event-oriented affair that includes a quote-unquote calendar girl competition whereby young, often vulnerable female contestants compete for prizes and titles. Additionally, music, comedy, and automotive design competitions are a major part of the festival. Thanks, Margie. I appreciate that. B, defendant Donnie expressed an interest in participating in American Dream's annual affair as a joint venture between Mr. Harani and Donnie. Her full name is Jill Harth Harani. Okay. George Harani was and is the principal owner of all rights, title, and interest in American Dream Festival and its component, quote unquote, calendar girl competition. Defendant Donnie, through agreement between defendant and Mr. Harani, became a 50% partner in American Dream Festival as the main sponsor of the 1993 event. So in 1991, he sponsored Elite Modeling Event. In 1992, he sponsored Elite Modeling Event. In 1993, he's sponsoring American Dream Festival. D, plaintiff Jill Harth Harani was an employee of American Dream Festival, which was plaintiff's sole source of income. And as a result of the agreement between George Harani and Trump, became subjected to the control and authority of Donnie. I got to be careful with the names. 8, that during the aforementioned meeting and presentation in New York, defendant Donnie inquired of Mr. Harani about the plaintiff, to wit, quote unquote, are you sleeping with her? And further demanded to know whether it was, quote unquote, just for the night or what? Point 9, on or about December 12th, 1992, at a subsequent business dinner/meeting at the Plaza Hotel to discuss the newly formed venture between American Dream Festival, the defendant, Donnie, repeatedly put his hands on plaintiff's thighs and violated plaintiff's, quote, physical and mental integrity, end quote, by attempting to touch, y'all know, in violation of plaintiff's fundamental constitutional right to privacy and physical autonomy as a citizen of the United States. Point 10, that the defendant, Donnie, later on the evening of December 12th, 1992, began introducing plaintiff to Donnie business associates at the Plaza Hotels as the defendant's, quote unquote, new girlfriend, though in fact, plaintiff was only a business associate of defendant Donnie. Point 11, that in the presence of plaintiff's co-employer, Mr. Harani, the defendant, Donnie, made denigrating, lewd comments about all women in general as, quote unquote, schmeck's objects, comparing the plaintiff with other women, and suddenly declared to Mr. Harani, quote, you know, there's going to be a problem. I'm very attracted to your girlfriend, end quote. This brings immediately to my mind the interview with Jeffrey in 2018 for Michael's book, Fire and Fury, when he says that Donnie really enjoyed sleeping with his friends' wives. That's what it reminds me of. Anyway, point 12 of this court document says, defendant Donnie began making repeated personal, quote unquote, schmexual demands of plaintiff which included attempts to lure plaintiff to defendant's Donnie Tower apartment for late night meetings to quote unquote talk and have a drink, but in fact constituted defendant's stated interest to exploit plaintiff as a quote unquote Schmeck's object and slave, end quote, to satisfy defendant's sexual appetite as a self-described quote unquote stud. Point 13. Plaintiff became emotionally distraught and feared reprisals because of plaintiff's rejection of the sexual demands of defendant, who was unrelenting in his pursuit of plaintiff as a quote unquote Schmeck's object. Plaintiff was aware that Donnie had a prior history of abusive and sexual mistreatment of women in general, constituting a class-based invidious discriminatory animus towards all women, to wit, A, defendant's ex-wife Ivana caught the defendant sneaking quote unquote Schmeck's object Marla Maples into Donnie Tower to cavort sexually with Maples in Ivana's marital chambers. B, during divorce proceedings initiated by Ivana against the defendant Donnie for engaging in sexual acts of fornication with Maples in violation of New York Criminal Penal Law 255.17, which prescribes adultery as a quote unquote Class A misdemeanor. Ivana accused Donnie of marital rape, spousal battery, and physical abuse. Point C of this court document: that defendant Donnie consistently humiliated self-admitted adulterer / paramour Marla Maples, if that were possible, by making a public spectacle of Maples through routine public announcements and press releases and statements to the media that Maples was being dumped. D, that defendant Donnie, after being the subject of a negative article in the Village Voice, owned and published by Leonard Stern, spread false, malicious, quote unquote, schmexual innuendo to the public about Stern's wife, Allison, asserting that Mrs. Stern asked defendant for schmecks, which was Donnie's way of retaliating against Stern for telling the truth about how Donnie cheated his banks, bondholders, investors, and the government, suggesting Donnie should be jailed for tax evasion. Point C of this court document: that defendant Donnie made lewd, derogatory, schmeck-oriented remarks about a British female broadcast journalist who dared to criticize Donnie as a buffoon, short-fingered vulgarian, and womanizer who betrayed his ex-wife and 3 children with an adulterous affair. Point F. Oh, I said C. That was E. Now F. F. That defendant Donnie resorted to personal attacks on Justice Phyllis Gangle Jacobs of the Supreme Court of the State of New York as a woman, because Justice Gangle Jacobs concluded that Donnie was an adulterer who betrayed ex-wife Ivana and awarded substantial sums to Ivana. G, that defendant Donnie spread racial slurs and malicious gossip about Black actress Robin Givens to business associates and the media, including that Mrs. Givens left marks from her quote-unquote white teeth on defendant's carrot during oral with defendant. What? Where did I miss this? Wait. G, that defendant Donnie spread racial slurs and malicious gossip about Black actress Robin Givens to business associates and the media, including that Mrs. Givens left marks from her quote-unquote white teeth on defendant's carrot during alleged oral. Y'all know I got to Google it, right? Well, hello. Um, well, just Google it for yourself. It says, quote unquote, there were marks from her quote unquote white teeth. Where can you find what? The court document that I'm reading? Shut up, Kelly. Don't talk about my face. Y'all know my face be facing. My face be facing. Sorry. 14. Defendant Donnie subsequently engaged in further Svengali type acts to control and subjugate plaintiff to defendant's will with demeaning and perverted communications, demanding that plaintiff become defendant's quote unquote schmeck slave. A, on or about January 4th, 1993, defendant made numerous telephone calls to plaintiff in Boca Raton, Florida from New York, demanding that the plaintiff quote unquote sleep with him. B, on or about January 9th, 1993, at a business dinner party at defendant's estate in Palm Beach. Because you know somebody else has a estate in Palm Beach. Plaintiff, out of fear of reprisals, relented to defendant's demands that plaintiff be seated next to defendant, whereupon defendant again sought to violate plaintiff's quote unquote physical and mental integrity by depriving plaintiff of her constitutionally protected fundamental right to privacy in plaintiff's physical autonomy by maneuvering his hand up and down plaintiff's thigh in an attempt to touch. I'm just going to leave that right there. Yeah. And so Gabe the Babe, if you Google it, it talks about Mike confronting him and other stuff, whatever. Oh my gosh. Okay. On or about January 24th, 1993. Hold on. See, now that we're in 1993, my brain is going back to, yeah. So it is October 11th and October 17th of 1993 that he's on Jeffrey's plane with Ghislaine, Rob DeVito, and the girl that was Miss Georgia and runner-up for Miss USA. And in March of 93, he's on the plane. No, this is the time. So March of 93 is when he's on the plane with Miss Georgia. Yeah, March 23rd and March 26th. Okay. I knew when I got to 93 that I had written down the things. Okay. Guys, you got to be careful. Please do not put links in the comments. TikTok doesn't like it. So if you're going to do something, you have to put the name and then in parentheses the word dot and then whatever. All right. So on or about January 24th, 1993, plaintiff had no choice with regard to defendant Donnie's demand that plaintiff attend a business meeting at defendant's estate, Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. After Donnie business associates left, the defendant, over plaintiff's objective, forcibly prevented plaintiff from leaving and forcibly removed plaintiff to a bedroom, whereupon defendant subjected plaintiff to defendant's unwanted sexual advances, which included touching, how do I say this? Touching of flowers in an act constituting attempted quote unquote rape. Before this is point, another point. Before the defendant would allow plaintiff to leave the bedroom, defendant placed a call to defendant / co-conspirator Roger Wagner in Atlantic City, New Jersey, saying that defendant wanted to make defendant Wagner aware of how plaintiff, quote unquote, was so beautiful and Roger loves beautiful women too, end quote. Defendant Donnie proclaimed that defendant, quote, did not want a scandal like Willie Smith had in Palm Beach, end quote, inferring that plaintiff should, quote unquote, keep her mouth shut. Point 3. As plaintiff attempted to leave the premises, defendant Donnie became sexually abusive by intimately touching plaintiff's person and uttering Svengali type proclamations of quote unquote love. Plaintiff immediately became nauseated and vomited profusely. J. Plaintiff felt degraded and humiliated as a female, human being, and citizen of the United States by defendant Donnie's quote unquote outrageous conduct in violation of plaintiff's constitutionally protected right to privacy and plaintiff's quote unquote physical and mental integrity and quote unquote physical autonomy as a female, for defendant's sole purpose of relegating and or otherwise subjugating plaintiff to the status of quote unquote schmeck slave to satisfy defendant's sexual provisions, ignited by defendant's general hatred and class-based, invidiously discriminatory animus towards women, whom defendant considered to be quote unquote mere schmeck objects to fulfill defendant's prurient sexual fantasies. K. As a direct and proximate result of the continuing acts and actions of defendant Donnie against plaintiff, plaintiff was emotionally devastated, distraught, and began experiencing mental anguish, exhaustion, pain, and suffering intentionally inflicted upon plaintiff by defendant Donnie solely because of plaintiff's status as a woman. Plaintiff feared sudden class-based reprisal and retaliation, including violence against plaintiff's person by the defendant for reason of plaintiff's refusal to be further sexually and mentally violated by defendant Donnie. Point L. On or about February 2nd, 1993, defendant Donnie called plaintiff from Pebble Beach, California, and demanded that plaintiff join him at a golf tournament and expressed his dissatisfaction with the appearance there of Marla Maples and Maples' mother, Ann Ogletree. Point M. On or about February 9th, 1993, defendant Donnie again contacted plaintiff from Palm Springs, California, stating that defendant through plaintiff was, quote unquote, the most beautiful girl in the whole world, end quote, and that defendant, quote unquote, love and adored plaintiff. N. On or about February 25th, 1993, defendant discovered Maples to be pregnant and in April held a press conference to promote the out-of-wedlock pregnancy, then invited plaintiff to have schmecks with defendant, quote unquote, whenever I was ready. Point 15. On or about July 15th, 1993, plaintiff went to Atlantic City, New Jersey for meetings at the Trump Castle with the casino's president, the defendant, Roger Wagner. On or about July 16th, 1993, defendant Donnie arrived in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and introduced plaintiff to the defendant, Nick Ribis, and both assumed an uninvited, quote unquote, schmexual familiarity with plaintiff by, quote unquote, touching and, quote unquote, feeling plaintiff's person. The defendant, Donnie, conveyed the impression to defendant Ribis that plaintiff had slept with defendant Donnie and was available to Ribis. Over a 2-day period, both defendant Ribis and Donnie exhibited a class-based invidious animus towards women in general, and plaintiff specifically, with schmexual innuendo that demeaned plaintiff's quote unquote as a schmex object. Sorry, y'all. Point 17. For those of y'all who want to know, she had 2 lawsuits. She settled and dropped the latter. Okay, sorry, y'all. I just needed a break for a second. Where am I? Point 17. On or about November 16th, 1993, the plaintiff attended a press conference at the Trump Castle in Atlantic City, New Jersey, to announce the Trump/American Dream Festival event. And this is under that. Defendant Ribis inquired of plaintiff about the availability of various female contestants attending the press conference and repeatedly requested quote unquote personal and quote unquote schmexual information without any entitlement thereto, and for the sole purpose of defendant's quote unquote schmexual gratification, end quote, if defendant quote unquote got lucky. Point 2, under 17, defendant Ribis subsequently approached plaintiff and advised plaintiff that plaintiff was quote unquote too old for defendant Donnie, insinuating by schmexual innuendo that defendant Ribis had a quote unquote greater appreciation for older women. How about that? He said, "You're too old for him. I like them. He likes them younger," was the innuendo. Defendant Ribis revealed that defendant Donnie had spoken to defendant about and concerning plaintiff and approved of a purported quote unquote schmexual relationship claimed by Donnie to exist between defendant Donnie and plaintiff. Defendant Ribis suggested that defendant wanted a similar relationship with plaintiff. 18. On or about November 20th, 1993, defendant. And so let me just insert October 11th and 17. Donnie was on a flight, on Jeffrey's flight from Palm Beach to Teterboro with Galene and 2 other people. And then on the 17th as well, from same route with Jeffrey, Ghislaine, Rob DeVito, and another individual. This was brought out before the election, but not the way that it could have been. So for whatever reason, and I won't speculate why, when they covered these things, mostly what they did was state what the allegation was and then state his response about it. Right? They would state, here's the allegation, here's what he said about it. This is how many allegations there are, here's what he said about it. What I believe would have been most effective would have been to read the court documents. That's what I would have done. I would have read the court documents. So, on or about, well, this plaintiff is Jill Harth. And this is 1997. So well before any political run for office. On or about November 20th, 1993, defendant Donnie demanded that plaintiff provide defendant with access to a 17-year-old contestant from Czechoslovakia who was a contestant in the quote-unquote Calendar Girl competition, whom Donnie referred to with schmexual. Hold on. TikTok wants me to do this thing real quick. Okay. Let me start again. On or about, the puzzle cam, yes. On or about November 20th, 1993, defendant Donnie demanded the plaintiff provide the defendant with access to a 17-year-old contestant from Czechoslovakia who was a contestant in the quote-unquote Calendar Girl competition, whom Donnie referred to with quote-unquote schmexual innuendo, and describing the contestant's status as a woman and quote-unquote schmex object in the eyes of the defendant. Point 19, that co-conspirators, defendants Wagner and Ribis, because of their personal knowledge and approval of the conduct of defendant Donnie, as set forth herein, to treat women in general as quote-unquote schmex objects, participated in a conspiracy to facilitate and cover up defendant Trump's acts and actions to violate plaintiffs' constitutionally protected fundamental rights to privacy, the right to be free from defendant Donnie's unwarranted intrusion into plaintiffs' quote-unquote physical and quote-unquote mental autonomy and integrity, quote-unquote. Co-conspirators Wagner and Ribis were in a position to prevent Donnie's conduct, but instead condoned and participated in a conspiracy against plaintiff to facilitate Donnie's quote-unquote schmexual fantasies of, about, and concerning plaintiff in violation of 42 USC 1986-20. 1986, sorry. 20th point. That a conspiratorial agreement may be deemed to exist between defendants Donnie, Ribis, and Wagner may be inferred from the quote-unquote words and actions of the defendants that manifested in the complaint of conduct as set forth and further described herein. C. During the late evening of January 9th, 1993, defendant, oh Lord, I think somebody uploaded these out of order, but it's okay. Defendant Donnie forcefully removed plaintiff from public areas of Mar-a-Lago in Florida and forced plaintiff into a bedroom belonging to defendant's daughter, Ivanka, wherein defendant forcibly kissed, fondled, and restrained plaintiff from leaving against plaintiff's will and despite plaintiff's protests. End quote. This is again from a court document that was filed in 1997. D. Defendant Donnie thinks generally of women as Schmeck's objects and slaves to the defendant's whims. Consequently, defendant engaged in bizarre behavior towards plaintiff with depraved and reckless indifference and disregard for and in violation of plaintiff's constitutional right to privacy and physical autonomy as a female member of a protected class, constitutional right to freedom from defendant Donnie's Svengali type acts to control and subject plaintiff to compulsory quote unquote involuntary servitude as a quote unquote Schmeck slave to satisfy defendant's deranged, uncontrollable quote unquote lust to subjugate women in general as quote unquote Schmeck's objects, and 3, constitutional right to equal protection under the laws and Constitution of the state of Florida, which guarantees a right to privacy. That during the evening of January 9th, 1993, the defendant also became abusive to other women associated with the quote-unquote calendar girl competition who were invited by Mr. Harani as guests, although defendant Donnie directed that any Black female contestants be excluded, with schmexually explicit rhetoric communicated to female targets designed to trap women in daughter Ivanka's bedroom alone with Donnie. The defendant, Donnie, also schmexually accosted Lauren Petrella, an invited guest of American Dream Festival, by sneaking uninvited into Miss Petrella's room at Mar-a-Lago in pre-dawn hours for the purpose of taking schmexual advantage of a quote-unquote sleeping beauty. A startled Miss Petrella awoke and inquired of the defendant why he was in her bed. A leering, groping Donnie replied, quote, "You said you don't sleep with men on the first date. Now it's the second date, and here I am," end quote. The defendant, Donnie's conduct in excluding Black female contestants also demonstrated a class-based discriminatory animus bias towards women because of race and color. Let me see how many pages of this there are. Okay, sorry. I just needed to see how much longer I needed to do this. That the unrelenting, quote unquote, outrageous acts and actions of defendant against plaintiff constituted, quote unquote, mental grape of plaintiff by virtue of defendant's unceasing efforts to obtain mental and physical control over plaintiff by use of fear, force, and economic intimidation to enslave plaintiff as a, quote unquote, Schmeck's object for the purpose of defendant's sexual perversions. On or about January 15th, 1993, plaintiff returned defendant's telephone call regarding the business event, only to be again subjected to demeaning sexual innuendo because of plaintiff's status as a woman. Defendant Donnie stated that he, quote unquote, wished he was curled up in bed with plaintiff, queried plaintiff on the subject of what plaintiff, quote unquote, was like in bed, and that if plaintiff slept with defendant, plaintiff, quote unquote, would be an awakened woman. The plaintiff is Jill Harth. That defendant was, quote unquote, was the best lover you'll ever have, end quote, and demanded that plaintiff, quote unquote, cheat on George. B, on or about January 16th, 1993, defendant Donnie again engaged in demeaning schmexual slurs in an attempt to wear down plaintiff's resistance and bend plaintiff to defendant's will to fulfill defendant's Schmexual demands that plaintiff engage in fornication with defendant because of defendant's belief that women are, quote unquote, mere Schmex objects to subjugate. Point 21 of this court document. It's 1997. That defendants Donnie, Ribis, and Wagner engaged in a subsequent conspiracy to cover up the acts and actions of defendants with threats to harm and injure plaintiff's constitutionally protected liberty, interest, and plaintiff's business reputation. Defendants Donnie, Ribis, and Wagner with intent to inflict harm and injury to plaintiff's business reputation, personality, and property, engaged in a vendetta against plaintiff and plaintiff's husband, George Harani, who was subsequently informed by plaintiff of the nefarious sexual misconduct of the defendants against the plaintiff. B. Defendants Donnie, Ribis, and Wagner assaulted plaintiff's character with malicious invective innuendo conveyed to plaintiff's friends and business associates, including the host of the quote-unquote calendar competition, Jim Gibson. On or about March of 1994, the plaintiff was subjected to derisive banter from defendant Donnie in an interstate telephone conversation between plaintiff and defendant, which included threats against plaintiff by defendant to quote unquote keep her mouth shut or else. That on or about October 1993, defendant Donnie engaged in conversations with plaintiff expressed in his quote unquote boredom with Marla Maples and said he didn't want to marry her, stating that he, quote, wasn't even sure the kid was his. Quote unquote, he said, wasn't even sure that kid was mine, end quote. And that Maples, quote, had lost her, and was no longer appealing to him as a quote unquote schmex object. Additionally, defendant made lewd, prurient demands of plaintiff to submit to his still festering interest to seduce and subjugate plaintiff schmexually and exploit plaintiff. Do I need to read it all, y'all? I guess I do. Jesus Christ, I do. That on or about April of 1994, the plaintiff rejected defendant Donnie's schmexual advances and subtle suggestions that plaintiff make herself available to defendant to exploit, such acts constituting continuing wrongs as against plaintiff. That on or about August 10th, 1994, plaintiff telephoned Wagner in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and admitted to plaintiff that defendant Donnie only wanted the deal with American Dream Festival as a source for women and was, quote, just trying to get into your pants, just like Nick Ribis, end quote, confirming by, quote unquote, words and actions that Donnie, Ribis, and Wagner had manifested a quote unquote meeting of the minds in an agreement by, amongst and between defendants to violate plaintiff's constitutionally protected fundamental right to privacy, including the right to personal, physical, and mental autonomy. In fact, defendant Wagner opined that plaintiff should take the quote unquote sage advice of former TV weatherman Tex Antoine, end quote, who is obviously a role model to co-conspirators, defendants, Donnie, Ribis, and Wagner, because as Wagner said, quote, Antoine was right about women facing grape. They shouldn't fight it. Just lay down, relax, and enjoy it, end quote. That plaintiff has been informed by several young, vulnerable women associated with quote unquote calendar girl competition in the American Dream Festival that defendant Donnie placed calls to them throughout the period 1993 to 1997, promising to provide them with positions and or career advancement help in return for schmexual favors. That the co-conspirators, defendants Donnie, Ribis, and Wagner viewed the plaintiff and women in general, including the young, vulnerable women participating in the quote-unquote calendar girl competition, in the American Dream Festival as quote unquote Schmeck's objects and demonstrated a class-based, invidiously discriminatory animus towards women in general, specifically and in particular as quote unquote Schmeck's objects and Schmeck's slaves. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. To men specifically, and in particular, the defendants, Donnie, Ribis, and Wagner. 24. That the conspiratorial acts and acts of Ribis, Donnie, and Wagner against plaintiff were in violation of 42 U.S.C. 1985-3. Plaintiff's fundamental constitutionally protected right to privacy and physical autonomy as secured by the Ninth Amendment, including plaintiff's right to freedom of thought, the right to be free from quote-unquote mental grape, schmexual slavery and mental subjugation, end quote, and freedom from physical invasion of one's personal autonomy. Point 25. Hey, babe. Will you do me a favor? Will you get me some more water, please? Point 25. That plaintiff is a witness in a civil proceeding in federal court against Donnie, which was initiated by American Dream Festival in connection with breach of contract involving the joint venture because plaintiff was a quote-unquote unwilling victim of Donnie's schmexual fantasy to control plaintiff as a schmeck's slave, end quote. An eyewitness to Ribis, Wagner, and Donnie's attempt to convert a legitimate beauty pageant / model search event into a quote-unquote schmeck's orgy for a purpose bordering on quote-unquote white slavery to fulfill the quote-unquote schmexual whims of defendants. That's okay, babe.
I just realized that it was full so fast.
Thank you, Shirley. Okay. Point 26. That Donnie, Ribis, and Wagner, through business associates, have made concerted personal attacks upon and threats against plaintiff in a conspiracy to discourage plaintiff from testifying fully, completely, and truthfully in a court of the United States, and by defendants' quote-unquote words and actions manifested an agreement towards and in furtherance of that objective, to wit, A, on or about September of 1996, defendant Donnie instigated a malicious defamatory article in the Inquirer of, about, and concerning plaintiff, which included the false words of Donnie saying that the plaintiff was quote-unquote trying to get into my pants. That on or about December of 1996, at the World Finals of the American Dream Festival in the Bahamas, the event's host, Jim Gibson, acting on behalf of and in the interest as agent for defendants, Donnie, Ribis, and Wagner, stated that, quote unquote, Donnie wants to destroy you any way it takes, legally or illegally. C, that the threats constitute a deliberate and intentional attempt by defendants to deter by force, intimidation, or threat the plaintiff from appearing as a witness in a court of the United States in the Southern District of New York to testify to a matter therein freely, fully, and truthfully against said defendants in a breach of contract suit in violation of 42 U.S.C. 1985-2. D, that the defendants engaged in a conspiracy to threaten to injure plaintiff in plaintiff's business reputation, person, property, and personality if plaintiff testified in said proceeding. C, that on or about March 24th, 1997, the defendant Donnie, within the sight and hearing of plaintiff and plaintiff's husband, George Harani, stated to attorney Jay Goldberg in a public area at the federal courthouse on 500 Pearl Street, New York, where plaintiff was appearing in support of the litigation on behalf of American Dream Festival, the following words, quote, "See, I told you she was gorgeous. She was a great piece of ass," end quote. Point F, that on or about March 24th, 1997, during a mediation session at the federal courthouse in connection with plaintiff's appearance as a witness and in support of litigation on behalf of American Dream Festival, the defendant, Donnie, violated plaintiff's right to be free from intrusion into plaintiff's quote-unquote physical and mental integrity with improvident, spontaneous verbal outbursts constituting personal attacks upon plaintiff, intentionally calculated to inflict emotional injury, right to be free from invasions of one's quote-unquote physical and mental integrity, freedom from quote-unquote mental grape, mental slavery, and schmexual subjugation, which is a constitutional right secured by the 13th Amendment. That by virtue of the acts of defendants in furtherance of defendants' conspiracy designed for the purpose of depriving, either directly or indirectly, the plaintiff of equal protection of laws and equal privileges and immunities under the laws, plaintiff suffered injuries and seeks relief pursuant to defendant's violation of 42 U.S.C. 1985-3. That as a direct and proximate result of the acts and actions of defendants, plaintiff suffered mental and emotional trauma, physical pain and suffering, some or all of which may be permanent, to the damage of plaintiff in the amount of $25 million. That as a direct and proximate result of the acts and actions of defendants, plaintiff suffered loss of employment, loss of business reputation and customer goodwill, and impairment of plaintiff's ability to develop new business, to the special damage of plaintiff in the amount of $501,000. As and for a second cause of action against defendants Donnie, Ribas, and Wagner, plaintiff repeats and realleges all the allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 35, set forth fully and incorporated by reference verbatim herein, and further alleges as follows. That defendants Donnie, Ribas, and Wagner, because of defendants having knowledge that any or all of the wrongs conspired to be done as are set forth within herein, and having power to prevent or aid in preventing the commission of the same, violated 42 U.S.C. 1986, and are liable, therefore, as to all damages caused by wrongful acts which such defendants by reasonable diligence could have prevented. That as a direct and proximate result of the negligence of defendants to prevent the wrongs inflicted upon plaintiffs by the defendants, plaintiffs suffered damages in the sum of, this is the total of everything together, $25,501,000. And then there's a third course of action, and it says, the third course of action is against defendant Donnie by himself. Plaintiff repeats and realleges all the allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 39 as if set forth and incorporated by reference verbatim herein, and further alleges as follows. That on or about September of 1996, the defendant Donnie spoke false, defamatory words of, about, and concerning the plaintiff to a reporter for the Inquirer, which were published in an article in an edition thereof, which is annexed hereto and incorporated by reference herein, to wit, quote, "The truth is that Jill Harth is obsessed with me and would do everything she could to get into my pants," end quote. That on or about January of 1997, the defendant Donnie spoke false, defamatory words of, about, and concerning plaintiff to High Society magazine, a Corn magazine that published said false words in an article annexed here too and incorporated by reference herein, to wit, quote, do anything to get into my pants, end quote, that on or about December 24th, 1997, the defendant, Donnie, spoke false defamatory words of, about, and concerning the plaintiff in a public area of the federal courthouse, which were heard by an audience of bystanders waiting for an elevator, plaintiff and plaintiff's husband's George Harani, to wit, quote, she was a great piece of ass, end quote, that on or about March 24th, 1997, in a conference room at the federal courthouse, the defendant, Donnie, spoke false defamatory words of, about, and concerning plaintiff, to wit, quote, unquote, slept with him, quote, unquote, had sex with him, quote, unquote, was very good in bed. Fuck. Almost done, y'all, but not yet. That the words were intentionally malicious with actual malice of forethought towards plaintiff, were spoken with utter and reckless disregard or the truth or falsity thereof, and impute that plaintiff is an unchaste woman, which is defamatory per se and actionable without proof of malice or pleading of special damages. Plaintiff has never slept with defendant Donnie, had schmecks with the defendant Donnie, nor been intimate with the defendant Donnie, except as described in the complaint with respect to defendant Donnie's quote-unquote attempted grape of plaintiff, quote-unquote mental grape of plaintiff, and rejected quote-unquote schmexual advances. That as a direct and proximate result, it just talks about her losses again. And then there is a fourth cause of action that is against all three of them. They're realleging everything, and they're saying that the acts and actions of the defendants were so extreme as to be considered outrageous in character, to a degree as to go beyond all possible bounds of decency, and to be regarded atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized society. That the conduct of defendants was so extreme as to constitute intentional infliction of emotional distress upon plaintiff, which was so severe that no reasonable person could be expected to endure it. That the acts and actions of defendants were continuous over an extended period of time and are subject to the doctrine of continuing wrong. That as a direct, this is the money again and again. She was even briefly hospitalized with hospitalization damages in the amount of $11,530. There's another fifth course of action against them all. This is for damages determined after a jury trial, but again, this never went to a jury trial, although she wanted it on. They ended up settling all. They settled. So here's the thing. They settled the breach of contract and dropped this one. But to be honest, y'all get it, right? You settle and then both of them go away. That's what it is, period. So let me see. So it outlines all of the things and the injunctive relief that they want. It is signed by her. I'm looking at her signature. This was filed again. So this second part is U.S. District Court in New York, May 21st, 1997. That's when she dropped it. Was in May. And remember, she filed it April 30th. And as soon as she filed this, then he settled the other suit. How about that? 3 weeks later, he settled so this one went away. Interesting. I know that was a lot. It was a lot for me, to be quite frank. Do I think the use of Ivanka? You know what? I don't know. So Tracy is asking me, do I think his use of Ivanka's bedroom and the way he talks about her, is like mirroring his actions? I don't know. Here's what I think. I think that the way that he views her is not appropriate or the norm. I don't think that fathers look at daughters in that way. I think that there is a reason so Tracy, I'm not sure if you were following me at this time, but back before the election, we were going through all of the January 6th, not just the hearings that people watched, but we were going through the entire depositions from some of the people. And one in particular is the deposition of Eric Hirschman. And Eric Hirschman, when he's describing January 6th, right? He's talking about no one listens. He listens to no one. And Eric Hirschman's running around, and the only person he's looking for is Ivanka, because he believes Ivanka is the only person that can get him to do what they need to get him to do. Like when he's like out of control and isn't listening to anybody, she's the one person he listens to. And Eric Hirschman talks about that in his testimony. And it was shortly after Ivanka talked to him that he actually put out the tweet talking about that. Right. And saying, everybody should go home, blah, 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 whatever. So let me do this. There are 4 people that have requested up. And those 4 people are Marty Eccles, Alali, Cynthia, and EJ Scott. I want to make sure that you all meant to request up. Sometimes when people are tapping, they tap their way into the request box. So I want to make sure that that you meant to request up so that I can bring you up. The reason why I wanted to walk you all through all of these court documents, and there's a reason to connect the grand jury indictment of Jeffrey to the Katie Johnson her court case as well, the American Dream, to the flight logs, to the elite modeling, right? This is all the same time period that we're talking about. All of it is the same time period. And like I said before, correlation doesn't equal causation. I am not saying that because the he's on the flight logs, it's this and it's that. What I'm saying is I don't need to see a client list with his name on it. I believe what he said out of his own mouth, period. If we go all the way back to Access Hollywood, all the way back, he said to you, I grabbed them by the vajayjay and I can kiss them and I don't have to ask. And they let you do it because you're rich and you're famous, right? When you have 26, 27 women that all have similar stories, y'all, there is a reason that all of the lawsuits filed over decades have similar stories. There's a reason Ivana in their divorce deposition said, what did she say? She said, there was a night in 1989, he treated me in a way that wasn't usual, right? I felt violated. Those are her words. I felt violated. Folks, if you are hanging on to he wasn't on the island, I want to be clear. Jeffrey was not indicted for anything that happened on the island. He was indicted for the things that happened in Palm Beach, Florida. He was indicted for the things that happened in New York. And that, my friends, are the exact locations where Donnie was on the plane coming and going to and from. Period. I don't know any other way to say that other than what it is. So, I haven't even gotten to the whistleblower stuff today. I mean, we went over it so in depth. If you guys listen, if you didn't listen to my last lives that are somewhere between like the 20th, 21st, and 22nd, please do, because I connect for you several other court documents. So there is a direct connection between the Senate confirmation hearing of Emil Bove, right? The whistleblower, Erez Raveni, the second whistleblower that is speaking through his attorneys, right? And what was happening at the same time to Kilmar Abrego Garcia. At the same time. Yeah, Renee, it'll all be in my link tree. It will all be in my link tree. So I need to make sure. Okay, so somebody said, what can we do? Let me just, can I be frank with you all? As abhorrent as he is, Donald Trump is not the greatest threat to this country. With all of my heart, I believe 100% that the people who put him in office, who used him to put the playbook into action, I think they are counting on this to be the thing that takes him down. There's a reason that Steve Bannon told Jeffrey, you were the one person I was afraid of. There's a reason. Y'all hear that? They are perfectly fine with this being the thing that takes him down. Now, in an ideal world, they would have preferred for this not to take him down until he'd been in office 2 years, because then JD could have served a little less than 2 years to finish up this term and still run for 2 more. Right? I don't think he's going to last maybe till the end of the year, spring at the latest. The concern that people need to have right now is the Esther Project. People need to be concerned about, what do you mean? What about Ghislaine's interview? What about it? Yeah, I know, but it doesn't matter. Listen, he doesn't have to be well liked. Let me tell you something, folks. If JD Vance gets a charismatic vice president candidate, do y'all hear me? If he gets a charismatic vice president, and if something happens to Donnie, right? He can inherit his following. I don't know what Ghislaine is going to say. I don't know what she is going to say. And to be quite frank, I don't care, because it will mean nothing in the short term. Our Department of Justice is compromised, period. And I'm not saying this because like I want to speak something negative. What I am saying to you is very simple. We already know this DOJ is compromised. This DOJ has no integrity, not at the top, not in its leadership. Pamela Bondi has no leadership. Emil Bove has no integrity. Neither of them. Joseph Nazara, none. We can keep going. Listen, for all intents and purposes, y'all, Donald Trump has done the job they needed him to do. They needed him to win twice, preferably back to back, but you know, taking the break will be enough. That's what they needed. So what is important at this moment? Okay, things that are significantly important in a way that I cannot possibly stress enough. The first thing that I would say to you is contacting your senators, especially your Republican senators. They cannot confirm Emil Bove. Listen, that is a confirmation that cannot happen. And your Republican senators need to know it. And you need to be tagging them on social media. Tagging them on social media. Listen, that is the only way you hold them accountable. It is absolutely what is required. And this is my thing, folks. Listen, when I say to you, it's about holding them accountable. I mean that with every fiber of my body. It is about asking, listen, it's about holding them accountable in whatever way possible. What, babe? I don't know. I haven't looked at the date.
It says used by 8/13.
It shouldn't be then, no.
Do you have spaghetti sauce?
Yeah, should be in the cabinet. But you all get what I'm saying, right? All of them need to be impeached. Anyone that is voting to confirm Emil Bove needs to be impeached. They need to be removed from office. And it's more than just calling, folks. You have to put it in writing. You have to put it in writing. You have to hold them accountable. And you can't get tired. You must be relentless. For those of you all who have never gone to my Linktree, please do so. There are a ton of resources in that Linktree. If you are in New Jersey, if you are in Virginia, there are graphics and data information about your Medicaid losses and your SNAP benefits losses because of the one big barbaric bill. You can easily share them. There are more of them that are going to be coming this week. Okay? It's just really important that you all that you hear me when I say it. You can't give up. You can't listen. Don't get so what's up, Midas? You can't get so bogged down in things that you miss the wins, right? Education funding had to get released. When? Funding to Planned Parenthood has to continue. When? What about Texas? Well, I think everybody in Texas needs to be fighting like hell that you don't get it redistricted. Now, what I will tell you is fuck around Texas and you'll find out. Because listen, Gavin Newsom and the California state legislature has already said if Texas redistricts to get 5 new seats, California is going to follow suit and do the damn same. And I'm here for it. I am fine. We'll let the Democratic states do the same damn thing. You want to play with shitty rules that shouldn't be, then let's go. And Gavin's already given his head of approval, his nod of approval. I'm fine with that. Illinois can do the same. Let's do that. I'm not a huge fan of Newsom either. I'm really not. I told y'all that. He makes me questionable. But here's my thing. Here's what I do know is he will stand up. I do know that. And we need more of that all damn day. Let me tell you what Newsom said. If y'all don't remember, it was 2 days after this election, he called a special session. Do y'all not remember that? Gavin Newsom said, y'all want to fuck around? Oh, y'all reelected him? We're going to have a special session because California is going to be ready. We already know what it's like to deal with him. And listen, California wasn't the only state to do that. Y'all, other countries did this. Other countries know what it is like to deal with an America that has Donald Trump as the president. And all of them have them preparing for what it looks like if America is no longer a reliable ally. And you might want to consider what that looks like. Okay? So, all right, folks, I'm going to go. It has been a long day, but I needed it to be a long one today because I haven't been on in a week. I haven't been on in a week. But I do have lots of other stuff to do, but I have to unpack. I haven't even unpacked. I came home and cut my hair, dyed my hair, chatted with family, looked at seashells with people and all of that. So, yeah, you're welcome, Sherry. Yeah, but tough day. But you know what? Here's the thing. This is information that people need to know. Before I go, Jesus Christ, I have people on the panel, y'all, and I'll be talking about bye. Okay, wait. Before I go anywhere, Marty, did you have something you wanted to say? You did, Lisa. I love you. Lisa already put everything that I read today in the link tree. Marty, did you intend to say something? Sammy J, you're up.
Hey, it's perfect timing because I just came up just to tell you that we love you and we missed you. And we're so glad you got a break. And we loved seeing the pictures. The beach looked beautiful. And so we're so happy you got that break. But we're also so happy you got back. There was so many things last week that I was like, oh my God, I want to go on Danny's live. But I didn't want to bother. I was like, I'm not going to say anything in the Discord because I don't want to pressure her or stress her out. But super excited that you're back. So I really literally just came up to say that we're glad you're back and that we missed you.
Thank you. Yes.
And yeah, we appreciate you.
I did. So listen, I was going to go live this one night, y'all. And it was like the universe said no, because literally it was when we went to the extra hotel, when we got the extra night there, and we had to change hotels and they could not get the internet to work. And I was like, it is not meant to be, I guess. It is not meant to be.
You need that, and I swear to God, I remember right before you left, you were like, I might go live from the beach or something like that, and I was like, Dang, please take care of you. And then I'm so glad you did. I'm just so glad you did, for real.
Wait till I will at some point in time. I'm gonna pop into the Discord for subscribers into movie night. There are so many pictures that I have. The kids had a blast. Dominic rode a boogie board for the first time, which was amazing for him. Bella and Mila, at first Mila was having no parts of the water, y'all. I was like, Mila, you want to come? She was like, nope. Bella, all about it. And here's the thing, y'all know how tiny she is. Them waves would hit Bella and she'd just be all over the place. But the place where we stayed at, it had like a little water park. So they did water slides in the park and just all the things. We just literally, it was beach. Wait till you see all of the seashells that we got. Oh, let me show y'all one thing. I'm gonna show y'all this one thing because I found it and I'm in love with it. I brought it home. Hold on. Oof. Hold on. I got to drop this background real quick so I can show y'all this. Okay, look at this massive piece of coral reef that I found on the beach when we were digging up our seashells. Isn't that crazy? I was like, what is that? And I dug down in it and it was, it's huge, right? Bella wouldn't touch the coral for a while. She said, I don't want to touch animals dead or alive.
That's hilarious. Oh, that's so funny.
That's what she said, dead or alive. But yeah, so like, and then I took advantage of for you parents out there or grandparents, if you have kids that are going back to school, I got it. It's plugged up and ready to go. I'm getting ready to do it. I took advantage of the outlets, and so got Bella's new shoes, got her some new Crocs. Mila got new Crocs and new tennis shoes. They light up. That girl been stomping her feet. Yeah, I know. We had to explain that to her that seashells are they're the homes for the animals, is what they are. This is it. And then it got Dominic another pair of tennis shoes, got him some Naruto, whatever anime damn things for his Crocs. Got him some school clothes because it's about that time. Just stuff like that. And then I brought my niece Coral. I brought my niece a hoodie and their mom a hoodie, my other daughter a hoodie, and then I got me a hoodie. But it was a really good time, and it was beautiful. The sunrises were the best. Y'all know I love sunrises. And we just had a beautiful view, and it was really good. And I missed you guys, and I felt bad. Y'all know I feel bad when I don't go live. I did feel bad. And at the same time, yeah.
You did see Kilmer got released, right?
I did see that. Listen, I was on the beach and I was like, yes. I was like, Kilmer Abrego Garcia, he got released. So yeah, I was excited about that. And I saw that when he was released that they also blocked ICE from immediately deporting him, which I was excited about. See, like I did. Did I get a ball cap? No, I meant to, Shanae, and I forgot. Ain't that some shit? I meant to. It was on my list of things and I forgot. But the girls got little souvenirs and stuff like that. Like they just had a ball, and it was good.
I just saw what shirt you're wearing. Is it okay if I call you out for what shirt you're wearing?
Yeah.
Do you remember after the election? It was relevant. You were like, y'all need to stop sleeping in your Harris Walls t-shirts and quit crying like you just broke up with somebody.
I did, but do you know what? I put it on today on purpose. I told my oldest daughter, I said, I haven't been live in almost a week. I'm wearing the shirt today because we could have had this.
For real though, for real.
I just need for every.
Think about that, which was funny.
Yeah, this today is what I wanted to remind people of, is that while not perfect, definitely better than what we have. And we coulda. And to be honest, we shoulda, right? And so that is why we have to be diligent about doing the work. Subscribers, I will pop into Discord because I have to tell you guys a little something as well. So Stacy already knows, but that's only because I was about to explode when it happened. So, but yeah, so good things did happen. So thank you all for hitting 750,000 likes and 1,000 shares, and for watching and sticking with me through this. Yep, I saw that, Midas, and yeah, it was just good. I do too, Cheryl. And let me say this, y'all. There is good happening because of what they are trying to do. The fact that Roy Cooper is going to run for Senate in North Carolina has me so excited. I can't stand it. Right. Really quickly, it is Renee's birthday, and you know how we do here. We do a trap birthday for people. So let's do the birthday song real quick for Renee. Real quick. Here we go. I heard it was somebody's birthday. I heard it was somebody's birthday. Oh, I know. Colbert might do South Carolina. Song. Today is your birthday. We're going to say it loud. Today is your birthday. I know you're so proud. Today is your birthday. We're going to turn it out. Party, get lit and wild out. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to Renee. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you. So that is to Renee. So for those of y'all who are new, don't judge us. This is how we say happy birthday in the Danikin world. So appreciate you guys. Love you much. I'm going to go unpack, and I think I think they're trying to tell me they're hungry. My oldest daughter literally put out all the stuff for me to get off and cook spaghetti. Oh, I'm lying. You know what she may have done? She may have gotten all the stuff and taken it to my other child for her to cook dinner. How funny. Anyway, appreciate you guys. Love you much. Missed you greatly. I will be live tomorrow. I have Network Nova that I'm supposed to be on their podcast with them. So I have meetings that I need to do. By the way, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, I will be there for oh my God. It's a 2050 rural America, rural fest, rural something. Shit, my love. I can't think of the name of the event that I'm literally going to MC. Rural 2050. Thank you. Lancaster, Pennsylvania. When am I jumping into Discord? Right now, because my oldest daughter left. Right. Rural shit. That's what it is. So I'm going to be doing that. And then I'll be in Virginia, Southwest Virginia at the end of September. And I got to think, I'll put it all out. So tomorrow I will be live probably at my usual morning time. And then I will let you all know when I'm going to be on Network Nova's podcast and Kansas one day. I do not have a date to be in Jersey. But listen, if y'all can talk to some people that want to bring me, your girl is game. We'll travel. And I'm not like super expensive. I've been told I should charge more money. But anyway, okay. Love you guys. Missed you much. I will see you later. Bye guys. Bye. Bye, Sammy J.